Is out 4 to 6 weeks for Texas. The quarterback there, Tyler Buckner, quarterback of Notre Dame, done for the year, according to Marcus Freeman, with a shoulder strain. And according to reports, Kentucky's Chris Rodriguez will return to the Big Blue lineup on October 1st, and Tyler Harrell and JoJo Earle will return October 1st to the Alabama lineup. That, according to reports this weekend. Those are the big news headlines that we've had the last 24 to 48 hours. Georgia's the new number one team in the AP poll. Cowan Equipment brings us part of the show every day, including the Cowan Equipment poll questions.
Hey, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from our rental fleet. For sale now, visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 1-800-239-COWAN for more information.
Patrick, with a great question. Any chance the Cowboys go after Jimmy G?
I just wonder if the 49ers will just hold on to him for a little insurance, because if this doesn't work out with Trey Lance, if he plays like he plays for the next 4 or 5 weeks, you got to make a change. And also the Cowboys being in the NFC, I don't know.
Okay, really quick answers here. Other than Alabama, your biggest takeaway from the college football weekend was it the Notre Dame loss, the Texas A&M loss, the firing of Scott Frost?
It was the Texas A&M loss, because now October 8th has lost so much steam. I mean, that was one of those circle games that I thought Texas A&M was going to lose before that game. I didn't think they were going to lose to Appalachian State. I thought maybe Miami, maybe Arkansas. But there's a chance that Jimbo's going to start 1-2 before he hits conference play.
Because Miami's coming to town this weekend, and a big game that will have national ramifications if Miami wins that one. A lot of people think they are, all of a sudden in the ACC, though it doesn't impact the ACC race, they look more like a bigger player in the conference if they win in College Station.
And Mississippi State is good. They had some bad turnovers, still win the game going away.
Yeah, good-looking football team on the road at Arizona. They got a late-night win. BYU with a big win over Baylor late night. Oregon State's got a date with USC coming up soon. They had a big win over Fresno. All just wonderful, wonderful Week 2 storylines, including Alabama surviving in Austin, 20-19 to stay unbeaten. Georgia is number one. They're on the road at South Carolina this week. All right, remember, Alabama News Center is where you get our weekly update. We send that out every Monday. And we've got a new Mystery Fifth Hour coming out soon this week, non-sports podcast for you, and our new podcast starting this week that we'll tell you about more tomorrow. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or Michelson. LaserVision.com.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, here we go on a Tuesday, reacting to Monday Night Football and a lot. We'll get to college football, some developing stories there as well throughout the day, including one of the great spoofs in recent memory.
This is so good.
Oh, I tell by LT's facial expression, maybe have not seen it yet. You don't know what we're talking about yet, so you may have seen it. You don't know. You're on social media all the time. Hey, don't forget, is it tonight, 7 o'clock, that we get the debut of our new podcast with Double Down Media with Kelly Hunter and Brittany Wagner? That goes tonight at around 7 o'clock. We look forward to that.
Next round cocktail hour.
Yeah, so that's exciting. We get that tonight. But last night, well, let's pause on Monday Night Football. Let's go to the developing news this morning. The disconnect between the Dallas Cowboys head coach and the owner, massive.
Yeah, which one? Whose opinion matters the most?
Well,
though?
Jerry Jones's does.
Yes.
But the head coach of the Cowboys, after Dak's surgery yesterday, Dak Prescott, the quarterback, said he's looking November 13th on the return for Dak Prescott. And there were reports that, they may be shopping for Jimmy G or Mason Rudolph to fill that time because that's a long, long time. Mm-hmm. Jerry Jones this morning says surgery went great. We're not even going to put Dak on the IR. He could be back in 3 weeks.
Yeah. Sounds like one of those is not right.
Well, let me just start by saying
November 13th ain't 3 weeks from now.
So we saw Cooper Rush in one start last year. He wasn't bad. Now, he had weapons then. He had Michael Gallup. He had Amari Cooper. He had CeeDee Lamb. So it was a different roster. But Dak Prescott was not good on Sunday night.
No, before he got hurt, they were bad.
Yeah, so you can't tell me. Dak Prescott, I like Jimmy Garoppolo. I've always liked Garoppolo. Garoppolo finds ways to win, but Garoppolo is not in the stratosphere of Dak Prescott.
Yes.
So getting Jimmy Garoppolo for whatever reason is not going to magically cure the woes of this Cowboys offense. I think you stay with Cooper Rush. I think it is really interesting that we've got owner and coach that are so far apart on where this is going to be.
Go ahead and fire that guy. Fire the head coach because you two don't get along. Apparently, you can't even tell me when your quarterback's coming back.
But I mean, the guy that everybody wants him to fire and hire is the offensive coordinator.
Yeah. And that, by the way, that double reverse that he kept calling the other night.
And what did you just say about their offense, Lance? With Dak healthy,
not good.
Dak was in the game and healthy.
Not
good. So why are we promoting this guy?
Well, I think Dan Quinn would be the guy that actually gets promoted.
Yeah, I think you're probably right.
I don't think they think Kellen Moore is ready yet.
Nope.
I think it was a bad look. I mean, that was their lowest output since 1991. You guys remember how bad that Cowboys team was back in 91?
Yeah. Speaking of bad looks, one more thing on the Cowboys. I should just put out my fantasy football people I drafted so you just know who's going to have a bad year. Because I think 3 of my top picks, not in this order, but
already hurt?
my two quarterbacks, Dak Prescott, who's walking around with a cast or whatever he has on his hand now. Aaron Rodgers, who was confused on Sunday.
Well, he had nobody to throw to. That's why he was confused.
Cam Akers, running back. I mean, did he even play in your Rams game the other night?
He's in the doghouse.
0 points.
That's
Zero
right.
points.
Mm-hmm.
And I started him. Still won this weekend. Sorry, Rockstar.
You know what? I am not offended.
Yeah, I beat Rockstar this week.
Yeah.
When I saw scores on once, this is going to shock you guys. I don't know how to load.
Really?
Yeah, so I can't even check scores.
Tough.
I had to go back to our email to check scores. But when I checked scores, I was like, Rockstar must not have. He must have been sitting players and not starting anybody.
Nope, I started people.
Me and Little TDs are tied for first place in our division.
We're tiptoeing on a line here. Let's move this along.
Okay. Well, we're not going to talk fantasy football.
Okay. Is that what we're doing?
Just pointing out that I've landmined 3 of the bigger names in the sport.
Yes, you have.
By drafting them right there.
Yeah.
And speaking of bad showings and coaching and question marks, let's get to Monday Night Football last night.
Wow.
What the hell is that guy doing at the end of the game with 3 timeouts?
Remind me why everybody was fired up about Nathaniel Hackett, please. Let's start there.
Well, because he was involved with Aaron Rodgers.
Okay.
I mean, that would be the only thing, and he's under Matt LaFleur's tree, who was under Sean McVay's tree. I don't know. Anyway,
It's 7 degrees of McVay.
This is a McVay
that's what it's
baby.
got to be. Boy, that's strange. I mean, for a couple of reasons. You understand if you've got like 11 seconds on the clock, maybe. And even in that situation, probably 50% of the coaches would try to get a little more yardage to put McManus in a better situation. I actually thought some weird, strange reason he was going to make that kick.
Oh, I did too.
Bail his coach out.
I really did. But Russell Wilson, a guy that leads the NFL over the last decade in fourth quarter comeback wins, him and Matt Stafford, you've got one play to get 5 yards, and you've still got a minute and 3 timeouts. So you've still got an opportunity to actually score a touchdown.
Oh, gosh, yes. A minute and 3 timeouts in the NFL is an eternity with a quarterback like Russell Wilson.
I mean,
what do you think?
You give me 30 seconds, I'll take it. Most of the time, you can take it at your own 25.
I know.
With 3 timeouts and get into field goal range.
Get off a much better kick than the one they had.
So McManus in that spot was 1 for 7 in his career.
Yeah, what do you think Russell Wilson is on 4th and 5?
Well, that's what I was going to bring up. But NFL kickers, 2 of 35 on attempts of 64 or more since 1991.
We'll just ignore all the other kickers. McManus, the guy that's actually kicking, was 1 of 7, right?
Yeah.
What percentage is that?
1 of 7 is
16%.
No.
13%.
1 of 7 is.
Don't ask Rockstar. He absolutely panics when you ask.
Can't do math or percentages.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Lance, you're so good at percentages.
I do a probability is what I just
You do
guessed.
what? You just throw
and
it
so
out.
I just guessed 16%, which I think I'm pretty close.
I think it's
14%.
Okay, 14%.
Okay, so I just, with no math, just said 16%. And you guys looked at me like I had a third eye.
Okay,
That
anyway.
was pretty good just guess off the
I
top
would
of my
say
head.
that Russell Wilson in that situation,
He's better than 14%.
he's 50 to 60%.
I would think so.
Yeah.
4th and 6, knowing, I've got to get a completion here.
Oh, yeah, it's got to be a first down.
It's got to be a first down. I mean, 4th and 6, or 4th and 5, excuse me. I thought it was 4th and 6. It ended up being 4th and 5. I would guess Russell Wilson's at worst 50-50 on converting that.
That's
at
right. 4th and
worst.
5, your percentages are better than 14%.
I would think so. I would think with almost any NFL quarterback it is, but certainly with Russell Wilson.
You've got good receivers out there. You saw Judy showed out with one play. Cortland Sutton's kind of his go-to guy. KJ Hamler's not bad at all. And by the way, Russell Wilson could still move a little bit.
Yeah, he could have probably – there's a chance he could have run for it. But beyond that, beyond just the percentages, what do you have invested in Russell Wilson? Do you guys remember the number?
Yeah, $245 million.
$45 million.
That's $250 million.
Yeah.
$250 million. So just from beyond probability, just from common sense, I've got one guy I've got $250 million invested in, and a kicker. Whose hands am I putting it in?
Oh, but they always put it in the kicker because the coaches can,
Right.
as a bailout, they always put it in the kicker's hand because kickers, man, kickers.
I know.
Can't live with them, can't live without them.
Yeah.
Man.
Hey, look,
kickers.
McManus is good. Justin Tucker in that spot, I understand it a little bit more.
McManus is good, but not to continue your theme here. You know whose fantasy football team
Oh,
is on?
God, not away.
My team.
Do you know?
No way he was making that kick.
Yeah,
McManus was?
Yes, he's on my team. No way he was making that kick.
Do you know? I mean, do you think there's a chance Hackett got frozen and paralyzed and let the clock run down and is like, well, crap, I got to kick it now?
Oh, I'm the head coach. I
I'm
forgot
the
to call a
frickin' head
timeout.
coach. I forgot to call timeout.
Yeah.
40 seconds ago when I could have called
Possibly.
timeout.
I do think he was baffled, but even if you're in that situation, you still got 20 seconds to 2 timeouts.
You can easily shorten your field goal with Russell Wilson.
Every
He's on his
play
headset
is
going,
open
timeout.
at that.
Somebody call timeout. Somebody call timeout.
Somebody call timeout. Oh,
Nathaniel,
crap!
you're-
I'm the head coach now.
Head coach.
I'm supposed to call the
Yeah,
timeout.
that's a bad look. And this is the NFC West, and I don't know who I was talking to about this yesterday. And I don't know if I was talking about it on the show or not.
You were,
Yeah,
yes.
okay. I just
Ironically, you were
assumed,
talking to me and our 9,000
Okay.
friends.
The Seahawks, I had them last night plus the 6, but I thought Denver would find a way to win this, thread the needle a little bit. And I thought the NFC West would start out all defeated, all 0-1.
Yeah.
And for Seattle to get that one win against Russell Wilson, Pete Carroll can coach.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Yeah,
I mean, Geno freaking Smith played out of his mind.
really
though.
did.
You're not going to get that guy every week, are you?
And it was his first start in a decade.
Yeah, nobody wrote me off, but I didn't write. Or everybody wrote me off, but I didn't write them back. That's what he said after the game.
He said
No,
it
he
different.
said it right.
Said it a little differently, but
Yeah,
yes.
it's still cringy. It's not Texas A&M Yell Crew cringy, but it's cringy.
Did you hear they're trying to take all those videos down?
Yes, they are because they know how stupid they look.
They all wrote me off. I ain't right back, though, I think is what he said.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's actually
it's
good.
much better.
That's actually more poetic.
But, there are problems down in the red zone, too. They fumbled twice on the goal line. They were getting delay of games. Nathaniel Hackett was a complete mess in his first game.
Okay, more on football. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's as we get going today. Bromberg's. Forrester, go ahead and get ready to queue up the greatest. Not the greatest. It's not the greatest spoof of all time.
Troll Job?
The Troll Job.
No, that's a pretty good one, though.
Yeah. In order, 10 and 11, Rockstar, 10 and 11 here. But Bromberg's, not a troll here, best diamond you can get.
Yeah, it really is. They are your diamond specialist, and she's going to get excited when she sees that silver box. Nothing like giving or getting that silver box from our friends at Bromberg's, family owned and operated since 1836. Bromberg's has established a solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry timepieces and gifts. Go see our friends at Bromberg's, 2 great locations, Mountainburg and the Summit. You can also shop online today. Go to brombergs.com.
Rockstar, explain to the people that don't know what Cameo is. Basically, I give you a script. You don't give a darn. You're taking your $150, whatever it is. You're just reading what the script says, right?
Yeah, like if I wanted Brett Favre to wish Lance a happy birthday, I would pay Brett probably $500 to be super enthusiastic about, hey, this is for Lance. I want to wish you a happy birthday and get that lock.
Yeah, see, that's exactly right. So you just read the script. Well, Bob Stoops is one of the great alumnus of Iowa, very famous Iowa guy. Brian Ferentz is the offensive coordinator, the son of the head coach, Kirk. And he's the offensive coordinator who is struggling to score touchdowns,
Yeah,
right?
I don't think anybody could do a worse job right now than Ferentz is doing.
Are they the worst scoring offense in America?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. I mean,
I think they are.
Literally, statistically, they are. They've scored 7 points this year.
Yeah, 1 touchdown.
New Mexico State's got 8.3 points per game.
Yeah, so struggling to score points. He's the offensive coordinator. He's the coach's son. Key here is, remember, this is Cameo. You just read the script.
That's right.
Brian is the name. Brian. And, Bob Stoops, the Iowa alumnus, gets this to read yesterday to a guy named Brian.
Hello there, Brian. Bob Stoops here saying hi. And listen, I know you've had a tough couple of 2-3 years there, but the good news is your family still supports you, buddy, especially your dad. He wants you to know that. But and even though everyone else seems to be against you, sometimes the best advice is to break free from the family business, man. Go do what you got to do. So anyhow, all the best to you, and a big boomer sooner, and good luck.
Oh, my God.
He has no clue what he's doing.
No idea.
But it's break away from the family business, which is coaching, by the way.
Right.
Your dad takes care of you, the head coach.
Wait.
Nobody else does.
All right.
So,
It gets worse, though.
Oh, yeah. That's not even the cringiest one yet.
It gets worse.
okay, so did somebody set that up?
Yes, they bought it on Cameo.
yeah.
And Bob Stoops, like Dunaway said, and Rockstar, he doesn't have a clue. Which, by the way, can we just step aside from the whole Brian Ferentz thing? You're giving this guy advice on leaving the family business. You don't know anything about the situation. And
That is unbelievable.
And you're just like, I'm
How
Bob
could he
Stoops.
not figure that out, though?
Wait, it gets worse.
It gets worse.
Bob Stoops is just an alumnus of Iowa.
Yeah, retired coach.
Fran
No, that's
McCa-
not Fran.
That is
Fran McCaffrey is the actual freaking head basketball coach at Iowa. The same athletic department of Brian Ferentz and Kirk Ferentz. And Cameo, again, pay a small fee. I'll read whatever you put on a piece of paper for me. Here's Fran McCaffrey yesterday.
Hey, Brian. Fran McCaffrey here. I wanted to reach out and let you know that all of us in the Hawkeye family are thinking about you. Your family loves you. Your dad loves you. The Hawkeyes love you. Maybe think about making a move back to New England. But wherever you go, wherever you are, the Hawkeye family will always be with you. Go Hawks.
My gosh.
It's incredible.
It really is. You know what's even more surprising is how guys like Fran McCaffrey, how he would go on Cameo right now.
Yeah, what did I get? What's Fran McCaffrey calls me,
I got me Bob Stoops. Bob Stoops is $250.
Okay.
And I'm going to look for Fran
I'd read all
McCaffrey.
those I could for $250.
Yeah, $250.
Yeah.
So,
I mean,
do you know what this is? This
Fran
is
McCaffrey is $50.
$50. That was $50 right there. Yes. So
College
that's-
basketball
I know.
coaches.
So an Iowa fan spent $300.
they will take a dime, won't they? For college basketball coaches will take a dime.
$300. That was $300 well spent.
Yeah.
Just a phenomenal job.
I
of those
wish
fans.
we would have done that. I mean, that was
know.
brilliant thinking.
So smart.
You know what that is, though? That is the modern day new technology. If this was 1977 when I was a kid, they are actually taking realty signs, ERA King signs, and put them in Brian Ferentz' yard.
No doubt, yeah.
This is the modern day of the signs in the yard. We want you out of town, Coach. Leave the family business.
I watched it and laughed last night because it's hilarious. But I'm also thinking, like, if I'm a bricklayer in the family brick business and I really just want to go be an actor in L.A., and Bob Stoops is in that video, I'm all like, you know what? Bob is right. I am going to do this.
I don't know how the hell he knew.
I'm going to chase my dream.
I'm chasing my dream. Forget the Brown Bricklaying Company. I'm going to L.A., baby.
That's right. I think I'm a pretty good comedian. I'm going to the Laugh House this weekend in Des Moines to see if I can make it happen.
Just incredible, man. What a great job by Iowa.
College football is undefeated, man.
It
It's
really is.
fantastic.
Such
I
petty
love
fan
it.
bases.
Love it, love it, love it. Part of the show brought to you today by our friends right there at Greystone Chiropractic. Brown, tell us how we can get back in line.
Well, listen, I trust Dr. Lee and Greystone Chiropractic with my family's health. You can as well. GreystoneChiropractor.com is the website. That's a great place to get started, or call to make an appointment. 981-8090, 981-8090. Dr. Lee keeps me aligned and loose, keeps my neck feeling good. They've also got that Element Wellness Center, which has things like IV, vitamin therapy, cryotherapy, infrared sauna, red light therapy, holistic nutrition consulting. That cryotherapy is fantastic, man. It's like 1 to 3 minute sessions, extreme cool that helps the blood rush to vital organs, increases blood supply, helps you recover, heal, and it promotes wellness. All of that in the Element Wellness Center there at Greystone Chiropractic. GreystoneChiropractor.com or 981-8090, 981-8090.
Patrick says, here's one for you, Dunaway. Hi, this is Jimmy Landmine. Listen, I know you may have lost your job today, but at least you didn't take Iowa in the over. Chin up, young man.
Dude, they're scoring 7 points a game. The only reason he's got his job is because his last name is Ferentz. I mean, everybody realizes this, right?
Or fired Saturday after the game, if not. You know what's crazy is they're a 23.5-point favorite this week. How are they going to score 23.5 points?
I don't. They've scored 14 points all year.
Yeah. Upset alert, by the way, coming up at 11 o'clock today. We'll do our upset alert brought to you by Baumhauer's, and we'll try to knock that out of the park and give you some winners later on. And don't forget Lance's Lock all the time there. Use the promo code Jim and see if you can get some winners there. Bud Light game night this week. We're at the Mug Shots in Uptown. That's Thursday night. The show will be on our video platform 5 to 6 o'clock, and then we'll hang around a little afterwards until 7 to get you ready for the Thursday night game, which is a good one this week. You got the Chargers and the Chiefs. By the way,
good division matchup there.
Unbelievable Thursday night game coming up. And if you thought Patrick Mahomes was dead, didn't look that way this past week against Arizona.
Negative. He was really, really good.
Chargers looked pretty good, too, in the win over the Raiders. So you got a good Thursday night NFL game.
Yeah, absolutely. And, Khalil Mack, such an addition to that defense, that Chargers defense. Chargers going to be a tough out. That's, one of those unbelievable divisions. Raiders got to work on that offensive line. It was really bad. Really surprised still the Broncos lost that game last night. But, yeah, a lot of people believe right now the two best teams in that division, Chargers, Chiefs.
Also, the debut of Al Michaels and Kirk Herbstreit.
They've done an exhibition game, but for a real game, absolutely. They'll get out there.
That's right, yes. They have done an exhibition game.
I like, again, if it's not my game, I like the Manning brothers, but I was back and forth because I do like Troy Aikman so much.
I told Dunaway how much better is Monday Night Football with Joe and Troy.
Yeah, but that literally was their first game. They did not
they did not do a preseason.
They did not do a preseason game.
We've worked together. We'll be good.
And they were a little more fluid than Green Bay's offense.
A bit, yeah.
Really, this will just be us holding microphones with different mic flags.
That's right, yeah. I'm going to do the same thing I've done for, 20 years now.
Yeah. You punch the buttons around us however you guys want to.
That's right. I didn't watch the Manning cast, but I did see it. Dunaway made me stop and watch it on SportsCenter, and I'm glad I did. Peyton, he was so frustrated with Nathaniel Hackett at the end. He was holding it in.
He kept going for about 40 seconds.
It's timeout.
Okay.
All right, we're going to call timeout. So you really need to call timeout and talk this over. And then he's just going, timeout. And then Eli and Sterling Sharp start talking, and Peyton's just going, Eli, they're not either. Why are they not calling a timeout, E?
I saw it when Joel McHale was on there from E! Television, and he was what was the show he did? The Soup.
The Soup,
yeah.
The
Soup.
Yeah.
Talk Soup at first, right?
Yeah.
And then ended up being Soup.
Boy, he was just going off on Peyton's forehead, nonstop.
You think he's heard that a time or two?
Yeah. Oh gosh, he wouldn't let it go though.
Yeah. All right, so Monday Night Football, a good one last night, and a lot of great broadcasting as we move towards another weekend. Here's what's coming up on the show today. Clay Travis with us at 10 o'clock. We'll talk to Clay about what has happened in the college and NFL world since we last talked to him. Ronnie Brown joins the show at 10:25. Big weekend down at Jordan-Hare Stadium as Auburn. You heard the players yesterday talking about a little payback. Brian Harsin, we'll get to his on-campus drive-through coming up in the next segment, but Ronnie Brown with us at 10:25. Upset alert at 11, trash at 11:30 today. And in the final hour, John Parker Wilson joins us for his weekly visit. Is he in studio? Did I see the note right?
He is in studio at noon.
John Parker Wilson right here in studio at 12 noon today. We'll get a Bud Light with John Parker Wilson coming up at 12 noon during the lunch hour. All that coming up on the show. But when we come back, Brian Harsin, from the on-campus drive-thru, we'll get some of the Coach Hars as they get ready for Penn State, number 22 in the country, to come to town. The next round today brought to you by our friends at Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila, the world's first clear multi-age tequila. Dobel Diamante is a blend of extra añejo, reposado, and several other things right there in those tequilas. It's the extra añejo, and the reposado tequilas, aged in new European oak barrels and double filtered to remove the color while producing a crystal clear spirit of character and smoothness. You got to try it to believe it. It really is super smooth. I made ranch water last week with this, just a little bit of Topo Chico in there. Mostly it was just this beautiful, smooth tasting tequila that was in Drinks for Dunaway this past week. Crystal and clear in appearance, smooth and crisp in the finish. It's Maestro Dobel, the perfect tequila for sipping or mixing this football weekend. Brian Harsin, a little Auburn football conversation when we come back right here on the next round.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
This hour of the next round is fed by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Visit Culver's for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers, find it at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074. Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
When you have questions about your urological health, count on the healthcare experts at Urology Centers of Alabama. With 16 locations and a team of specialists across Alabama, you can find help you need from a trusted UCA physician. Get started at urologycentersalabama.com.
This college football season, dozens and dozens of teams will vie to become national champions. But in the end, one team will set themselves apart. Hi, this is Alex Durant from the Better Business Bureau. And come to think of it, the marketplace is similar to college football. Hundreds of thousands of businesses vie every day to attract customers to their products and services. But in the end, something separates them from the rest: their principles and standards. Here in Central and South Alabama, more than 4,000 businesses go the extra mile and voluntarily hold themselves to higher standards by becoming BBB accredited businesses. Being accredited with BBB means they're honest and transparent, just to name a few. These businesses who go above and beyond support our vision of an ethical marketplace and allow us to educate the public on the penalty flags of fraud. So if you're a consumer looking for a trustworthy business to work with, or you're a business owner that wants to set yourself apart, look for the sign of a better business. Look for BBB at bbb.org.
Holly Mack Wilson just sold the Johnsons a new home. Not a house, a home. She helped them put a swing in the backyard, helped move the grill to the back patio, and watched as the Johnsons put their great-grandmother's piano in the foyer. A house is a dwelling. A home is a place filled with love and memories. Call Holly Mack Wilson, your Tuscaloosa Keller Williams Realtor, 205-901-9446, or check out our website, hollymackhomes.com, and let Holly Mack Wilson help you find your dream home where you can make your own memories.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Start your day on our website, nextroundlive.com. The morning rounds give you the top links to the stories you need to see before going to lunch with your buddies. At nextroundlive.com, you can also watch and listen to the show live, or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com.
We will bet a stake on just about anything, Rockstar. I just turned one down.
Dunaway has found where he'll draw the line.
I would love to hear this.
I mean, I'm not done yet, though. I may go back to it, but they do make a good point. It's Utah, not BYU. But has everyone seen where Utah this week, 2 of their female students helping spell out names in the letter they wore, no top, just body paint, like the guys do, topless, right?
Yeah.
2 female students did it, and the school is now investigating. I reacted saying, oh, they'll investigate and they'll get kicked out of school, which is mind-boggling to me. They're just boobs, right?
No,
they're just boobs.
Yeah.
Much like the Denver coach last night.
We shouldn't be scared of them.
Yeah, we should celebrate.
We should celebrate them.
Yeah, let the things breathe. Man.
Life-giving for a child your age.
My point was, in 2022, if you try to run a couple of chicks out of school for painting themselves the same thing guys do, you're talking massive lawsuit.
Yeah, unless it's expressly written somewhere. I'm with LT on this one. Free the boob, man. Free the boob.
Well, so, of course, Dunaway at first said they were getting kicked out, and Lance was like, oh, they won't get kicked out. You want to put a stake on it?
Well, then I backed off because Brown made a point. Oh, it's Utah, not BYU.
Yeah, if it's BYU, they're out.
I mean, BYU, they'd be like, oh, okay, did they have Diet Pepsi in their hand with caffeine in it? No. Okay, they may be able to stay then. I don't know.
Do we have a picture? Well, I mean, you can't tell. It's painted.
Trust me, it's all over the internet.
Do you guys remember the paint issue of ESPN? You can't tell a difference.
Yeah, I don't think you can tell a difference.
So I think somebody ratted these girls out.
I mean, you can a little bit, LT. From a profile, you can tell just a little bit.
Yeah, there's one part of it that you can that'll definitively change the way you look at it.
Yeah,
it's one circular. Yeah, you'll get it.
He's spitting chiclets right now. Absolutely. Part of our show brought to you by Rockstar's guy.
My guy, not a boob, is Adam Mestre at MD Realty. Of almost the 4,000 agents in the Birmingham area that have quoted a sale in 2022, he is in the top 8% of those agents. He is a third-generation realtor born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You and a guy like Adam Mestre to find a house for you. Why rent when you can buy? Because buying a home is such a large financial decision you'll make. So make sure you're using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Last I checked, Auburn's a 3.5-point underdog now at home.
They are.
So the number has gone even bigger for Auburn, which surprised you a little bit over the weekend that they were going to be home dogs to start with.
Well,
I mean, where are we on Auburn chance to win this game?
Well, I mean, they
week?
got a chance. I would take Penn State right now and probably lay those points. But, I mean, that's a tiny number. It's at Jordan-Hare, which is a difference maker. I mean, I'm not saying Auburn doesn't have a chance.
Yeah, look, Auburn they look bad on offense. I mean, there's no other way to put it right now. I think Penn State is the better team, but I think I would take the 3.5.
I mean, everybody says – this is a remarkable statement. Everybody says, Penn State's got the better quarterback. Sean Clifford has been such an average quarterback.
Yeah.
But the sad fact is, Penn State does have the better quarterback situation.
They really do. And I compared him yesterday to, he's Northern Bo Nix, to what Bo Nix used to be at Auburn. But Bo Nix would have great games and great plays at times. And Clifford has great plays and great games at times. But then sometimes he had bad plays and bad games.
And we'll see how it goes Saturday. But, Lance, normally Auburn has a pretty good run game advantage against teams they play. I don't know if they do this week. I don't know. I mean, against Purdue, but boy, against Ohio, Penn State ran the football.
Yeah, I mean, Singleton couldn't run really against Purdue. Didn't have a lot of opportunities. And then Ohio, he ran wild. And, if he's got that confidence and Penn State's offensive line plays well, I still believe Auburn's got a really good defense. And we know what they've got in Jarquez and Tank.
Okay, let's start with the defense in our on-campus drive-through, brought to you by our friends at Hamburger Heaven. Brian Harsin in just a second after LT tells us about our friends at Hamburger Heaven.
Yeah, go in today. Go see Pete and the fine folks at Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven's been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, fries, those great hand-spun milkshakes and sandwiches made fresh to order, including that club sandwich, all of their ingredients fresh, prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-patted each and every day. For breakfast or lunch, visit any of those 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Brian Harsin, got to play smart, got to be aggressive, and got to win the turnover battle.
The turnovers hurt us, and I thought the one that TJ threw, that kid made a good play on it. They brought pressure. He was getting it out. There was an unblocked guy in his face, and it was just 3 inches inside, and the kid made a heck of a play. The other one was just not a good throw at the end of the day. I mean, so we have to fix that. We've had 4 turnovers, and we've gotten 0. So we've lost the turnover battle in each game, and that's not a good formula that's going to be sustainable. So defensively, we got to be able to create some takeaways.
Yeah, and that's exactly what this offense needs, is your premier defense, your really good defense, to help your offense out a little bit and go get the ball, give you a short field.
I think the most alarming thing he said there, and he's alarmed by it too, you can tell by the way he talks, and what he says is they've lost the turnover battle in consecutive games, and those games are Mercer and San Jose State. If you're losing the turnover battle against, Alabama and Georgia, you're like, well, it's good defense.
Well, that's his next comment, talking about how the competition changes this week with number 22 Penn State coming to town.
But we got to be a whole lot better. The opponent's much better than what we played. We said that. We knew every single week we're going to keep getting better and better. And, our football team has to lock into that. And, we got to go out there and do the things that we're coached to do at the end of the day. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. We got to coach better, and I said that. And so it's every single one of us that sits in this room. We got to improve.
So the season starts this week for Auburn. You know what I mean? I mean, the 2-0, those are nice little exhibition games. Brian Harsin's future at Auburn starts this week. How good can this team be starts this week. It all starts this week for Auburn. And as Brown was pointing out, not really a smooth ride through the exhibition season to get to this.
Look, I know we see a ton of upsets in college football, but they have 0 chance of going to Athens and beating Georgia. And this is one of those big swing games. If they are able to win this game, they've got a really good shot at being 5-0 before they head to Athens. Now, once that heats up, they could lose every single game, including Western Kentucky, who's 2-0, by the way.
Yeah, but
he's got another pretty good offense.
But with this game in mind this week, what's your biggest concern?
For Auburn? Yeah. Quarterback play.
Quarterback play.
Yeah, really, there's no other thing to look at. The defense doesn't concern me. The offense, though, is just so bad because it's so one-dimensional right now.
And that's where Brian Harsin goes here, because we all go quarterback, right?
Yeah.
And Brian Harsin makes a point that it's not always just the quarterback when the passing game struggles.
Yeah, you got to get the ball to the receivers. It wasn't their fault. We threw it to the other guys. That's part of it. So you got to throw to our guys, and we got to give those guys a chance. We're trying to get them the ball. It wasn't that we're not. Simple as that. And those guys, they got to get open too. I've challenged our offense. I've challenged our team, that we have opportunities to make plays. Like, we got to go make them. We got to go make them. That's really what it comes down to at the end of the day. We can design all these things up and all that, and they look pretty, and they're going to work and all that, but you got to execute them.
Yeah, and, the big concern of the offensive line, against 2 lesser opponents, we'll learn more this week, hasn't really been a concern so far. The quarterbacks have had plenty of time to throw the ball. People aren't getting open, and they're not when they're open, they're not getting them the football.
Yeah. So you want good news on this though?
Yeah, give me good news.
I mean, it's like limited good news because it's only a 2-game sample size. But Penn State's 100th in the nation against the pass. Now, their first game was against Purdue, who I don't know how Purdue does this, but they continue to produce really good receivers.
Yeah.
It's like every other receiver, Charlie Jones he's the leading receiver in Power 5. Well, I don't know how they do it.
Well, they went and stole him from Iowa. Charlie was pretty smart to say, you know what, I'm gonna leave this program and I'm gonna go somewhere I can be productive.
That's right. They have seven points a game. But Lance, I mean, Penn State's 100 against the pass, so it's not like you're playing the best pass defense you're going to see all year.
That's right.
At least through 2 games.
No, but you're probably. I mean, that's good for Auburn because you're going to have to score some points.
Yeah.
Because Penn State is an offense that's been pretty good.
They'll move the ball.
Penn State right now is averaging over 35 points per game.
Yeah, against Pitt and Ohio.
I think they're actually right at 40 points per game. Yeah.
Yeah, Pitt and Ohio.
Purdue and
Ohio. Excuse me. Purdue and Ohio, who they've got wins, one on the road, and then last week at home. They're back on the road at Jordan-Hare, and that's what Pritch Law says. Jordan-Hare Witchcraft will win this one for Auburn. Yeah. I mean, you're banking a lot on Jordan-Hare Stadium. I mean,
it helps.
That's something you can't rely on, but it helps. That team is different at home.
I've said it for years now. In a big game, it's worth 7 points to me.
And it's a big game this week.
This is a big game. I don't know if it'll be worth the full 7. If this were Georgia or Alabama, maybe. But, Penn State, I would say Jordan-Hare is going to be worth 5.
I think this game is played in Jordan-Hare last year. Auburn wins this game.
I would agree completely with you.
Superior Thruster says, he's an Auburn fan too. He says, Auburn makes offense look so difficult. Just the inability to smoothly play the offensive side of football. So it's an interesting contest this week, 2:30 on CBS with Nestler and Gary Danielson and Jenny Dell down at Jordan-Hare for the 2:30 CBS, SEC on CBS kickoff to the 2022 college football season. That's our Hamburger Heaven on-campus drive-through today with head coach Brian Harsin.
Yeah, if you're looking for that big-time lunch, stop in, see Pete and the guys at Hamburger Heaven since 1982, serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, fries, milkshakes, sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their patties, never frozen, hand-patted each and every day for breakfast or lunch. 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gordondale, and Homewood. It's Hamburger Heaven.
Bobby, great Auburn fan, TJ Finley is the bucket of water thrown on our witch. The witchcraft at Jordan-Hare ain't going to get it done this weekend. We need 1 or fewer turnovers and to run for 200 yards. You have the backs to run for 200 yards. The possibility is there.
Are we going to see Calzada one day?
Nah, I think that ship has sailed. I mean, why would you now?
Well, because both of these quarterbacks aren't good,
and you haven't seen him already. I mean, but seriously,
good reason.
No, you're right about that. But if you were going to at least give him a look, would you not have done it against Mercer or San Jose? If he's healthy, that's my caveat here, Lance. I mean, I know why a lot of people think he's not healthy. I'm aware of that rumor.
I
haven't independently confirmed it.
Look, if Holden is as accurate as they say he is,
Holden Gerner,
let him play, man.
Yeah, well, I mean, They've said a couple of times along the way, not 100% yet is Calzada. So maybe this is the week.
Finley's never been 100%.
Yeah. So we'll see what they do. 2:30 this weekend.
Bobby, Ohio did put 100 yards on them on the ground last week. So, to Bobby's point, if they need a 200 rush yard game, Ohio had some success, limited success running the football against them.
Yeah. Part of the show being brought to you by the University of Montevallo, great place to call home. Looking for a small university to help your son or daughter succeed academically, Montevallo can be that perfect place. You need to learn more about it. Go on the website, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. Small class sizes, 14-to-1 student-to-professor ratio. Small, beautiful campus at Southern Living raves about the beauty of the campus there. And just a lot of great people that will take care about your son or daughter when it's time to go to college. A junior or senior in high school now, perfect time to take that on-campus tour, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. One baseball note before we take a quick break. More college football coming up after this. Braves continue their West Coast swing against the Giants later tonight, 8:45 for the first pitch there. Dodgers officially clinched last night after rumored clinching and celebrating on Sunday. There was a mishap in the Major League Baseball offices where they had to delay that by 1 game. Luckily, it wasn't the end of the year. They had plenty of time to clinch it.
It was so stupid, though. So I don't know if you guys saw this, but ESPN went in and they did, okay, we misannounced, or Major League Baseball did, that the Dodgers had clinched for the 10th consecutive year. If they lose the last 23 games, Philadelphia goes 18-4. There were like two other things. This is the only way the Dodgers. Yeah. Can you imagine the Dodgers losing 23 straight?
I'm taking the Dodgers here.
And the Phillies and the others going 18-4 or 23-0. So the Dodgers are clinched. What is more amazing right now is what Mike Trout is doing. And, we hear Buster talk about how great Mike Trout is all the time, blah, 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 blah. And he is. But here he is again doing something when the Angels are out of contention. And I always wonder, does it really matter if you're out of contention?
Well, this is interesting. I mean, if he's able to get this done tonight, I mean, it's something we've never seen in Major League Baseball.
He's hit 7 home runs, a home run in 7 straight games now, tying. He can tie a Major League record if he does it again tonight. But in 7 straight games, he's hit a home run.
Well, I thought
impressive.
7 was a record.
Yeah.
Are you sure? I thought 8 would break it tonight.
No, 8 will tie it because Ken Griffey Jr., Don Mattingly, who I didn't know was such a home run guy.
That's a lot, though, for Mattingly.
I remember when Mattingly did that.
Yeah, Ken Griffey Jr., Don Mattingly have hit 8 home runs in a game, and a guy named Dave Long from the 1950s.
The Dave Long? Oh.
The Dave Long.
Oh, wow.
The 1950s. Couldn't tell you what team he played on, but he had one hell of a week one time where he had a home run in 8 straight games. That's the Major League record. Trout can join that group with a home run tonight.
I won't be watching.
I will not be watching.
But you guys let me know if he does it.
But it is a non-football night tonight.
It is, yes.
I did have the Angels last night, and they still lost.
They still lost to the Guardians. All right, so keep an eye on Trout there. Cleveland is where they are again. 6 o'clock tonight is when that starts, and maybe you can keep up with that on your phone. Braves out in San Francisco. TBS tonight for Yankees and Red Sox. Never get to see that rivalry game, but you get to see it tonight. Wayne's will keep you in the game. Hey, listen, let me tell you. I got coaches who always tell me, got to win at all 3 phases of the game, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Offense, defense, special teams. Wayne's takes care of you, all 3 phases of the game.
They do, and lawn care is important right now. Now, here's what you might be thinking. Oh, I got a good lawn, man. I'll think about it again until spring or summer when that grass starts greening back up. Incorrect. Yards of the month are made right now. Here's where they're made. They're made this month. Proper shutdown in the fall growing season. It's important to get correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and the root system so that you ensure a weed-free, lush lawn next summer. You got to do it now to have that good yard next summer. And that's why you need Wayne's EnviroLawn. And here's what we're going to do for you. Call 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES, and the number 1. Use the code TNR for the next round. First month free of EnviroLawn. We're going to get you started this fall free on us. TNR is the code when you call 866-WAYNES-1. Get that great-looking yard of the month next summer. Started right now at 866-WAYNES-1.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
By now, you know I love the game of golf and getting on the golf course as much as I can. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Simply put, Ballantrae Golf Club in Pelham is one of the best public golf courses I have ever played. It's always in fantastic condition. The people out there are so friendly. They just treat you like family. They're happy you're there. And the pace of play, they keep it moving. Those are all things that are important to me. See them for yourself. 620-GOLF, 620-4653 to make a tee time at Ballantrae. Also improve your game with a professional staff of Hal Brown, Jerry Applegate, Jay Chambers, all great teachers for Ballantrae Golf Club, just off I-65 in Pelham.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Bobby makes a great point. He said Don Mattingly was the unquestioned best player in baseball for about 2 years. And then he asked a really good question. Is my hatred for the Braves at an unhealthy level when I'm pissed off that my Cubs actually won a game, but they beat the Mets, helping the Braves out?
Probably.
Yeah, probably.
That's probably a little...
Probably. Yeah, that happens. Part of our show today being brought to you by NASCAR. Big news. It was rumored to be happening. Now official. Kyle Busch has left Gibbs Racing, right?
He has. He's going to Richard Childress.
Starting next year.
Yeah. Is that like leaving the coach at Alabama and going to Auburn?
Would it be
those
all
levels?
There's only so many teams, so it's one of the big ones to another big one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, you can enter our contest, by the way, to win a Saturday and Sunday experience. We're going to give one of each away to the Talladega Superspeedway and the Yellowwood 500 by going to nextroundlive.com/Dega. Nextroundlive.com/Dega. Simple question. What team is Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s favorite NFL team? You go answer that correctly, and you are in the drawing. You've got 4 chances or 4 choices there. You answer that one correctly, you're in the drawing. You can also purchase tickets by going to TalladagaSuperspeedway.com or calling 877-GO-2-DEGA.
Tricky question now, isn't it?
No, not at all. I don't think. If you know Dale Earnhardt Jr., he's pretty open about it. The Saturday doubleheader race, the Sunday race, the concert with Chase Rice and Bailey Zimmerman, all right there. TalladagaSuperspeedway.com, 877-GO-2-DEGA. Don't forget, go to nextroundlive.com/Dega to enter today.
All right. As we get ready for Clay Travis to join us at the top of the hour, Ronnie Brown at some point, not at 10:25. We got an Eastern Central Time mess up there, so we're still trying to check with Ronnie when to get him on to talk about the big weekend for Auburn. I did want to ask you guys about the quarterback situation at Michigan. It's going to be J.J. McCarthy moving forward. Right move, wrong move, dangerous move by Jim Harbaugh. His team's number 4 in the country. It was McNamara last year that led them through the season and into the first college football playoff. but McCarthy's playing better. He says it's on merit. 11 of 12, 229, and 3 touchdowns against Hawaii this past week. They haven't really played anybody yet, but he's making a change.
Yeah, I don't know how much of a difference it really will make when you watch the offenses with both McNamara and McCarthy. I think you've got probably what most would consider B-minus quarterbacks.
Yeah. They've both played about the same, haven't they?
Yeah, I think Michigan's going to play to their defense. It's going to be about running the football just much like they did last year.
I mean, when you look at their schedule, we thought, well, they've got these 3 layup games, but that schedule's not very tough until the middle of October. I mean, they've got UConn this week, which I think I could start at quarterback and beat UConn. Maryland, at Iowa, who's awful, and at Indiana, who's no good. I mean, so this is a very soft start. They don't really have to have this nailed down and figured out until Penn State, which is not all the way until October 15th when they host Penn State.
Meanwhile, back at the farm at College Station when it comes to quarterbacks. Yesterday, Jimbo Fisher gets asked about quarterbacks. Before you hit go, Rockstar, Forrester, can you pop him up? Jimbo's body language. Is he having a good news conference?
He looks a little perturbed, yeah.
A little bit.
Tight with the arms.
I'm going to go ahead and guess. I've picked up on this with Jimbo. You got the water.
I was about to point this out.
Yep. The Yeti, and then he'll touch every single one. He'll make his point.
Mm-hmm.
He'll straighten it, touch the glass.
So is he OCD?
Yeah, it's just like it's like a football player hitting a ball before he throws it.
No, you're right.
He'll touch
Rockstar's right. He'll
everything,
touch everything.
move the pin a little bit. I haven't even seen this clip. I'm assuming that's what he'll do.
But I find it interesting, too. When they provide you with 2 bottles of water, yet you bring your own Yeti.
Yep.
Tells me you don't want to drink the water.
Yeah, he's not drinking water. He is drinking something else in that
There's
Yeti.
something in that Yeti.
Yeah.
I don't want
Might
to
be drinking
coffee.
tequila.
Could be coffee, could be tequila, could be anything.
Could be coffee, could be a
That's
soda,
right.
Sometimes I throw a soda in
That's
the
right.
Yeti.
Could be a fuzzy navel from Snowbiz.
Could be.
A fuzzy navel from Snowbiz.
It's not
Those
likely
things
water.
were legit back in the day.
An Orange Julius.
A fuzzy navel from Snowbiz. That'll take you back. All right, so pull up the picture again before you hit play. Let's see. He's got 2 bottles of Yeti, a flip sheet over there, and a pen in front. So he's got and a microphone.
Rockstar
so
says he touches it all.
5 possibilities there. How many do you think he touches, LT?
Well, I mean, Rockstar notices these things. I'm going to say he touches every one of them.
Well, I think he's not going to touch the water because he has no intention of drinking it. So I think he's going to go pen, microphone, Yeti, and maybe even plate.
Interesting. One water, room temp. The other one really cold.
But both of them kept firmly in place.
I don't know what mood I'm going to be in.
So I guess there is 6 possibilities with the flip card, the Yeti, the microphone, the pen, and 2 water bottles. I'm going to say he goes 3 of 6. I'm going to say 3. He goes water bottle, microphone, Yeti.
All right.
A head coach has a lot of duties during the course of the game. It seems like you have your hands full. Would you ever consider turning the play calling over to someone to where perhaps the offense could be more
in time? I would, yeah, possibly could. I mean, you always evaluate those things, and everything we do, evaluate everything we do, and it's a conglomerate of play calling too. I mean, we're getting information from everybody and thoughts, and the ideas that we put down in those calls and what we do going in the game on our sheets it's a collective group decisions based off our offensive staff and what we do and how we do things. But yes, possibly yes.
So you don't ever feel like maybe your ego would get in the way of that? You can say, hey, whatever it takes to win.
Listen, no, whatever it takes. I'm always whatever it takes to win. No, my ego would not. Winning takes all effect over everything.
Quarterback situation, do you think, will you be considering a change at the starting
Possibly could. I mean, we'll evaluate everything this week. We'll evaluate every position this week and all the things and different guys.
Okay,
Rockstar, arms crossed.
2 of the 6.
Yeah.
He's a right-handed guy, right?
He went quick touch on him, too. Yeah.
He did. He went. It was funny when he went there. Yeah. But what's not funny is what he's saying. He gets asked about, would you turn over play calling duties? Ego aside, winning takes care of everything. And then he's asked, would you change quarterbacks? We're gonna evaluate everything. Which always bothers me, by the way.
Right.
Why are we not evaluating? We're going to evaluate everything this week.
Why don't you do that when you win?
Yeah, that's what he said. Well, why are we not evaluating everything already? Well,
That's
you
right.
are. We know that. But don't act like you're going to do something different this week. He needs to change quarterback. He's got to at least give Max Johnson a look.
He's got to. I mean, Texas A&M right now, 103rd nationally in total offense. Just 9 first downs. We talked about 2 of 9 on third downs, only ran 38 plays. Last season, they were 71st in total offense. That's been the problem. Quarterback's been the problem. Haynes King is not the answer. I don't know if they've got the answer on that roster. I've seen Max Johnson at his best. It's better than Haynes King.
Yeah, really, really interesting. By the way, I'll tell you how App State had to get out of town, and maybe something to keep in mind with Troy going to Boone this weekend after LT tells us about the great folks at Cowan Equipment. They'll give you your poll questions right up there at Next Round Live, on Twitter, Cowan Equipment.
Yeah, they're proud to partner with us here. The Next Round on our venture would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us. Go to cowan.com to find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. Again, for more information, cowan.com.
Scary time to be flying these days. I mean, I keep seeing, this is another team with another charter mechanical problem. App State has the biggest win since 2007 in their program history in College Station. They get to the airport. They hang around 3 hours because they have a mechanical problem with their plane. They end up, can't get them another plane, so they go back to their team hotel that they had stayed at the night before. But what's happened there? That's completely booked out. So, but they work it out with the hotel people that they go and lay around in hallways in the ballroom. So basically, App State's homeless at College Station. They're sleeping in a ballroom and in hallways with a 3:30 a.m. wake-up call on Sunday morning so they can get back to the airport and get on their new charter. When they get on their new charter, they get back at Boone with no sleep at all Sunday at 11 a.m. Because you don't fly a big charter straight into Boone, North Carolina, by the way. You have to bus after you land in the airport. So from the game, when they woke up to do game day and beat Texas A&M's butt, all the way until 11 a.m. Sunday, virtually no sleep for those guys. When they did, it was just on a floor.
That sounds miserable. It really does.
You would think that whoever is in charge of all the logistics, who is that for the teams?
It's a football ops people.
Yeah, football ops. But they can't help. They can't help.
You've got a plane booked.
You could get something in Houston, couldn't you?
A new plane?
No, I'm talking about
a new hotel.
A hotel, yeah.
Oh, a hotel. Well, maybe. Yeah.
For a traveling party. Let's call it charter. Let's get a bus.
I don't know, Lance. You're talking probably 60 hotel rooms if you double up.
You're talking the traveling party is about 200 people.
Yeah. So if you double up, that's 100 rooms. If it's a hotel, it's got 100 available rooms.
Houston's a big city.
By the way, Troy coming to town. Not so fast, my friend.
Get him, Coach.
Upset alert coming up at 11 o'clock. Will that be one of them?
He's got the headgear.
Brought to you by our friends at Michelson. That's our look ahead right there. Clay Travis coming up on the other side. Tell us about Michelson.
969-8100. That's the number you need to write down. Make the phone call today. Ask for Amy. Tell her the Next Round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got zero to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Again, I had the 20/200 vision. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts. 2015 vision for the last 20 years, better than 2020. Dr. Mark Michelson, the first to perform LASIK in the state of Alabama way back in 1995. He's a pioneer. Dr. Jen Michelson is there. Make the call today, 969-8100, or more information, michelsonlaservision.com.
Take the Next Round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
This hour of the Next Round is fed by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Visit Culver's for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers, find it at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
What are you waiting for?
It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459 exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Excelsior Ambulance Service is veteran-owned and contracted and has moved into the Birmingham area. Excelsior is currently hiring all levels, drivers, EMT, advanced EMT, paramedics, and dispatchers, and will meet or match pay according to the level and experience. Apply now at ExcelsiorAMB.com. Sign-on bonuses, 11 paid federal holidays, benefits packages, and education advancements are available. Excelsior Ambulance teams are staffed by some of the most experienced paramedics and EMTs in the South. ExcelsiorAMB.com. That's ExcelsiorAMB.com.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386, or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com, or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Seattle wins on Monday Night Football 17-16. Really surprised that Russell Wilson got booed the way he did going back there. He was maybe the best player in Seahawks history, but more on that in a little bit. Clay Travis is coming up. Bobby Petrino's returning to Arkansas this week if you're not paying attention. Braves still on the West Coast. Those headlines brought to you by our friends at Crocker Moving Services. They're the people to use for all your residential and commercial moving. They'll even pack up your stuff, which is a fantastic service. CrockerMovingServices.com is the website. CrockerMovingServices.com. Crocker Moving Services is a different kind of moving company. That's because Eric Crocker designs it that way. He's a Marine, a Birmingham native, and a veteran of the Iraq War. He works and uses made in the USA equipment and made in the USA supplies whenever possible. Crocker Moving Services will move you anywhere in the continental United States. Anywhere, backed by that wonderful name, CrockerMovingServices.com. Veteran-owned, and veteran-operated. It's CrockerMovingServices.com.
Clay Travis with us now, founder of Outkick Fox Sports. He's at Clay Travis on Twitter. He's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Clay? How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Doing fantastic. Thanks a lot. If you were Trev Alberts, within reason, I mean, you can't hire Nick Saban, obviously. He's not going to take that job, or Kirby Smart. But within reason, who do you target if you're Trev Alberts?
Yeah, I think what is so tough about this search is literally Nebraska just hired the guy that everybody was convinced would be a home run. And so I think you got to be a little bit rattled as you go forward on this search. And I don't claim to know what Nebraska needs at this point. I mean, I imagine everybody on your show was in the same boat as me, which was I don't see how Scott Frost isn't the apex hire for Nebraska. And so I think, first of all, that's where you start with you're a little bit rattled. I think Lance Leopold at Kansas could make some sense. I think you have to first address that you are having trouble getting elite level talent to Nebraska. And so I think one of the things Trev Alberts needs to consider is, does he want to go with does he believe that they can run the same style offense as insert guy here? Or are they looking for some sort of, gimmick, right? And I don't say gimmick in a bad way. I just mean, when Nebraska dominated with Tom Osborne, they ran the option, and it wasn't like everybody else was running the option at the same time. I would look – I think a guy that would win and is already in the Big Ten, if you could pry him away, is probably Brett Bielema. I think he could run much of the same style that he runs at Illinois and that he ran at Wisconsin and that he ran in Arkansas, and that probably would fit the persona of Nebraska. I could see that kind of making sense. I would look at Urban Meyer. Obviously Urban Meyer has won everywhere he's ever been in college football. Does he still have that fire in his belly? Does he still have the ability to win at an incredibly high level? He did it at Florida. He did it at Bowling Green. He did it at Utah. He did it at Ohio State. Does he still have that ability? I think you have to have those conversations with even with what happened in Jacksonville. Steve Spurrier went away for a short period of time to the NFL, came back and had a great deal of success at South Carolina. The game had not passed him by. So I think that's a conversation you have. I would kick the tires. I think the Kiffin family has some, if I'm not mistaken, you guys can confirm this, but I think Monty Kiffin had some connections to Nebraska over the years. I'd maybe kick the tires with Lane. And look, I mean, if you want to go with a break the glass element, I think you could consider, a guy like Hugh Freeze, who basically has found a way to win everywhere he has been. I don't know if he'd want to be at a program like Nebraska. I don't know about the cultural fit, all of those things. But those are, what did I just give you, 5 names that to me could make some sense. You talk to Matt Campbell, as he finally realized Iowa State, he's taken as far as he can go. Those would be, 5 or 6 names that to me make immediate sense to contemplate.
I've said from day one when Jimbo Fisher got the huge deal, the $75 million 10-year deal, that it wasn't going to work out, at least to a level where he's winning SEC championships and national championships. I said, look, he's a good coach. He's not a great coach. He's a guy that had a generational talent, and Jameis Winston is the reason he won a national championship. They go out, they lose to Appalachian State. They could be 1-2 realistically, Clay, before they hit conference play. I said it going into the season. I thought it was another 4-loss season for Texas A&M. When do they start really putting pressure on Jimbo Fisher?
Oh, I think there's a lot of pressure on him now. And I think this is an example, guys, where NIL ratchets up the pressure even more. because those Aggie boosters are looking around saying, wait a minute, you just signed the number one recruiting class in the nation last year, whatever it was. You guys may have it in front of you, 6 or 7 5-stars, if I'm not mistaken. And it's not only that you lose to App State, it's that there was nothing flukish about the loss to App State. You guys are big college football fans. Everybody listening or watching is too. Sometimes the better team loses. You know, you get a punt block, you turn the ball over 3 or 4 times, you throw a pick six, and you end up losing 31-28 or 17-14 or whatever the number is. And the box score, you go back and look at it, and you're like, boy, we had 400 yards of offense, and they only put up 150, and yet we found a way to lose because of some of those, you know, shoot yourself in the foot kind of plays. That wasn't what happened against App State. App State was the better team than Texas A&M all day. If anything, App State should have won by more than 3. There was nothing flukish about that performance, and that's what makes me scared a bit about the scoreboard there. Sometimes scoreboards tell lies. That was App State lined up and went toe-to-toe with Texas A&M all game long, and there was nothing flukish about it. A&M, I believe, put up less than 200 yards of total offense. Guys, they had under 100 yards of both rushing and passing offense. I believe I am correct in that. And I asked in my column that I wrote on Sunday, the starting 11 column that I do, how many times has a team in a Power 5 conference lost to a non-Power 5 conference team and not put up either 100 yards rushing or 100 yards passing? That's almost unheard of, right, to be that futile on both sides of the ball against a team that gave up 66 points, I think it was, or over 60 to North Carolina the week before. So we're not talking about going up against the all-time Steel Curtain defense. So all of those things factored together make me very nervous if I'm an Aggie fan about the trajectory of Texas A&M's program.
Clay Travis is with us, and you know, I don't know how fans are going to react when some people come back. Like I was shocked last night that Russell Wilson got booed in Seattle. I know he's not there anymore, but I mean they booed him, and they booed him a lot. Bobby Petrino returns to Fayetteville this weekend, and we know what happened with Bobby Petrino. But he had Arkansas at the top of the food chain in college football, and then they were not when Bobby Petrino crashed that motorcycle. How do you think Arkansas fans treat Bobby Petrino this week?
Well, I think partly it's where do you think you're left. So I think Arkansas fans now feel like they're in a pretty good spot. So you can be more generous as a fan base, right? I mean, Arkansas is 2-0. I don't know if you guys have talked about this, but the two teams that I think would shock a lot of college football fans in the national championship odds, I believe I'm correct in this. Tennessee is the 7th most likely team, according to Vegas, to win the national championship this year. And Arkansas is the 8th. And I might have that wrong. They might be 8th and 9th as opposed to 7 or 8. But my point is Vegas basically has both Tennessee and Arkansas as top 10 teams right now at this point in the season. And so I think you can be generous if you are a Razorback fan when Bobby Petrino comes back, because you're not at 0-20 or whatever they were when they lost like 20 straight SEC football games. You're sitting around, you know, top 10, top 15 program in the country and feel pretty good about where Sam Pittman and those offensive and defensive coordinators and Kendall Briles and Barry Odom have you. So I think that factors in a very positive way as it pertains to that.
Clay Travis with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. That Florida-Tennessee game next week lost a little bit of its punch because of the outcome of the Kentucky-Florida game. Mark Stoops is just, I mean, I guess the guy's just an incredible coach, Clay. I don't know how else to put it. I mean, he hasn't done everything perfectly there at Kentucky, but he's done more at Kentucky than anybody in my lifetime.
Well, they gave him time. And he's built some pretty solid stability there. And I would say one of the luxuries that you get at a program like Kentucky, and I don't remember the first 3 or 4 years, but he was not that great the first 3 or 4 years, but they kind of allowed him the space to build out a program because the expectation hey, you need to be in Atlanta. It's, can you get us to a bowl game?
Yeah.
Look, I mean, beating Florida in back-to-back years, second half, I thought they flat out embarrassed that Florida offense. And to your point, yeah, CBS is coming to Knoxville next weekend. Tennessee is going to be in a position where, I don't know if LT's there or what the number's likely to be, but I think Tennessee's going to be probably a 4 or 5 point, 6 point favorite over Florida. So Tennessee could be undefeated at the end of September, sitting with a bye week, 2 weeks to get ready for LSU. It's not crazy. It's not crazy to think that you could be sitting at a 4-1 or a 5-0 Tennessee team when Alabama comes to Neyland, which would make that game as big as it's been in a long time.
Hey, with the transfer portal, and I forgot the number, Dunaway, do you remember, was it 64% of teams have a new quarterback?
I think it was 66 of the 130 starting quarterbacks at one point were transfers.
Yeah, how can some of these teams get it so wrong, though? Like, A&M to have the resources, they can't get quarterback right. Auburn can't get quarterback right. LSU is yet to be seen, but it doesn't look like they're going to have quarterback right. It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I mean, look at Tennessee. I mean, Hendon Hooker was basically a guy that Virginia Tech said, hey, he's not good enough for us. And he's going to throw – he threw 30 touchdown passes last year. I think he had 31 touchdown passes, 3 picks. And he's probably going to throw 30-plus again this year for Tennessee. And Virginia Tech was like, yeah, this guy doesn't work. And, to your point on Jimbo, I mean, the one thing that you would have thought – I mean, to his credit, he got Kellen Mond fixed. But it is amazing how often these guys who we think are, sort of quarterback whisperers are really unable to get a guy in there. I mean, Jimbo's in year 5 at Texas A&M, and he has not recruited a quarterback that's good enough to play at an elite level yet. Now, everybody seemed to want Haynes King as quarterback now, and I don't know what's happening, but it's the quarterback position going from high school to college, and even one college to another, is becoming very similar to the NFL. The difference is in the NFL, when you find a guy who works, you get to keep him, right? I mean, Tom Brady's 45, still throwing touchdown passes out there. It stinks not to have a quarterback, but when you find one who makes sense, you keep him for 10, 15 years. The tough thing in college football is every 2 or 3 years you're having to turn him over. That is it's a surprise. I agree with you that you could have teams like, Auburn and Texas A&M that theoretically have all the resources in the world and can go out and get quarterbacks, and they still can't find a guy.
I think Forrester's telling me from the back row that Lane Kiffin at his news conference yesterday even wore a sweatshirt that said transfer to the U.
Or transfer to the SIP, yeah.
To the SIP. Yeah. So he's even promoting transferring.
That's funny.
Yeah,
look, I mean, I think that's the one saving grace on look at what USC and Lincoln Riley have done. If you get the right coach, you can flip rosters way faster now with the transfer portal than you ever could before, right?
Yeah. Look at USC, right?
And yeah, that's what I'm saying with Lincoln Riley and what he's been able to do there. And it also limits the overall importance of recruiting and also elevates finishing second, right? Like, you want to keep good relationships with everybody because you never know when somebody's going to enter the transfer portal and, be back out there on the block seeing, hey, where does it make sense for me to go?
All right, he is Clay Travis. Good call. Lane Kiffin born in Lincoln when Monty was defensive coordinator there. I'd never realized that. I don't think he would take the job, but you did point that out.
I don't think so either necessarily, but my position on this has always been, like, when you're trying to find a really good coach, I don't understand why people treat it as when somebody's a really good coach says he's not interested in your program, how that demeans you. And let me give you my example. If you're at a bar and you go up to the 10 best-looking girls and they aren't interested in you, I don't understand how that is a negative for you, right? Like, okay, like I'd be way more disappointed if I walked up to the 4 and she was not interested in me than if the 10 kind of gives me the Heisman. So I think, you shoot your shot. Try to talk to people who are successful that you think would win at a high level at your program. Yes, those coaches have a very high desirability level. Yes, they may not be interested in you, But I don't understand how that reflects poorly on your program. I think that's one of the areas where media and fans way overreact. Oh, this guy turned down the job. Nobody wants the job. No, most people who are successful like the job that they have. Therefore, getting them to move is difficult, which is why you have to pay them more money. But the idea that Nebraska should be afraid of talking to high-level, coaches out there, they might say yes. They may not be as happy as you thought.
Do you know where you are in Auburn on Saturday for the big noon kickoff hits that you do?
I do not know yet where we are going to be broadcasting. I'll tweet that out. But I will be at Penn State Auburn this weekend. Looking forward to being down on the plains. Big game, honestly, for both Penn State and Auburn in terms of trying to figure out where you are in the pecking order of the top 25 and/or college football itself. So it's going to be fun.
Is the whole crew coming?
No, I mean I've got the big noon guys are. I'm not even sure what game they're going to. And
Oklahoma, Nebraska for them.
Oklahoma, Nebraska, pretty big. They go to the game LT that they're going to have, so they send the big noon.
No, I know that. I'm talking about your crew. I'm talking about Hutton, Chad, Jill.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm coming in. This is diva move by me. I'm flying in early in the morning and then turning around and flying out in the afternoon. It's hard to get to Auburn, man. Us rich guys, we got to fly in on plane.
Wow. Clay, thank you. Have a great week.
Oh, hey, Clay, did you hear about Rockstar's character last week?
He's gone. I don't know if he did. I texted it to him. He didn't respond. He's a busy rich guy.
Yeah. Ronnie Brown coming up in the next segment.
That's right. And Clay with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
More from Auburn and Ronnie Brown coming up. Couple of sponsors to tell you about here, including our friends at Odie's.
Yeah, Birmingham Institution, Odie's Tavern right there in Crestline Village. If you're looking for a big-time lunch or dinner, Rodney Davis serving up great food for over 3 decades, award-winning wings, delicious burgers, my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. And remember, tomorrow night, every Wednesday, it's Odie's Team Trivia. Me, Rocky, Will Haver. Make sure you get out there a little early, enjoy some of the great food. That patio with this fall weather, ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. Get in today. Go see Will Haver and that great staff, Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
And Clay will be at Auburn. Ronnie Brown will be there. It's Penn State and Auburn coming up. In Drinks with Dunaway this week, we'll be using a little bit more of the Redmond vodka. It's locally distilled right here. Local vodka is Charles Barkley's vodka. Drink responsibly. It's our friends at Redmond. We're back in a moment.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey there, folks. Welcome back to another college football season. And welcome back to another season of Fansville by Dr. Pepper. That little slice of heaven. Every man, woman, and student section drinks Dr. Pepper like their life depends on it. It does. Where the air is filled with the scent of charcoal grills and the streets are marked with yard lines. Practical. Where the current trending baby names are Blitz, Spike, and 2-point conversion. Adorable. And recruitment starts before you're born. It's a linebacker. Where NFT stands for Not Fun Tailgate and DIY stands for Dr. Pepper is Yummy. It is. It's the place off-season fever dreams are made of. Where the right to life, liberty, and barbecue is written in the town's constitution. Saucy. And the current forecast is sunny, with a 90% chance of the skies opening up and raining down delicious droplets of Dr. Pepper. Grab a bucket. Get ready for anything to happen this college football season on Fansville by Dr. Pepper. The one fans deserve. Grab some today.
By now, you know I love the game of golf and getting on the golf course as much as I can. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Simply put, Ballantrae Golf Club in Pelham is one of the best public golf courses I have ever played. It's always in fantastic condition. The people out there are so friendly. They just treat you like family. They're happy you're there. And the pace of play, they keep it moving. Those are all things that are important to me. See them for yourself. 620-GOLF, 620-4653 to make a tee time at Ballantrae. Also improve your game with a professional staff of Hal Brown, Jerry Applegate, Jay Chambers, all great teachers for Ballantrae Golf Club, just off I-65 in Pelham.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Excelsior Ambulance Service is veteran-owned and contracted and has moved into the Birmingham area. Excelsior is currently hiring all levels, drivers, EMT, advanced EMT, paramedics, and dispatchers, and will meet or match pay according to the level and experience. Apply now at ExcelsiorAMB.com. Sign-on bonuses, 11 paid federal holidays, benefits packages, and education advancements are available. Excelsior Ambulance teams are staffed by some of the most experienced paramedics and EMTs in the South. ExcelsiorAMB.com. That's ExcelsiorAMB.com.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland. The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway.
When it's time to move, there's one name to remember: Crocker Moving Services, for all your moving needs, both residential and commercial, and they'll even pack for you. See all they offer at CrockerMovingServices.com. Owner Eric Crocker is a Marine, a Birmingham native, and a veteran of the Iraq War. Crocker Moving Services will use made-in-the-USA equipment, made-in-the-USA supplies, and veteran-operated whenever possible, and they'll move you anywhere in the continental United States. Check them out online right now, CrockerMovingServices.com.
Back with you on the next round. Don't forget, Bud Light Game Night is happening Thursday night. Mugshots Uptown will be out there 5 to 7 to get you ready for the big game between the Chargers and the Chiefs and the upcoming weekend of college football, which includes Penn State and Auburn, the national broadcast on CBS. We'll talk to Ronnie Brown in a second, but first let me tell you about our friends at Way to Wellness, your chance to get your blood pressure in check, your cholesterol back in a good range, and to lose weight if you want to drop a few pounds. Help me lose 45 pounds and save my life once. It can do it for you too. It's Way to Wellness. Leslie and her team, board-certified crew over there, can help you get your life back and stop relying so much on eating that bad food. Way to Wellness. The website's aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. Just go to that website. You get all the details, but here are some great things about it. No contracts, no sign-up fees, and your consultation with Leslie and her team, absolutely free. So you've got nothing in the game just to go check it out. It's aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com, Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Auburn great Ronnie Brown, you hear him on the Auburn Sports Network roaming the sidelines. He's with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. I first want to apologize to Ronnie and thank him for his understanding. We screwed up his time today, but Ronnie, always a nice guy, has agreed to come on at the time we thought he was coming on. Hey, Ronnie, how are you?
I'm doing well. How you guys doing this morning?
Doing great. Thank you so much. When Penn State comes to town, it has a feel. We were talking about this earlier, Ronnie, that the preseason is over and the regular season is now starting. You've seen every single play of this Auburn team from the sideline. Do you kind of get the same feel as that?
A little bit, but, it hasn't been the greatest of starts. Obviously, any win is a good win. So, I think that's a good thing and nothing like experience. And so I think the first 2 games were good for some of that experience for guys getting into the flow, but it steps up a tad bit. When you start a caliber of team, obviously not saying that San Jose was a bad team or Mercer, but, it's just different levels. And so, like you said, yeah, it's kind of like, all right, the exhibition's over. Now it's the real thing.
I know, Ronnie, it gets repetitive to continue to talk about this quarterback battle, rotation, whatever you want to call it. But when you've got one touchdown and 4 interceptions between the two through 2 games, it's not good. Give me some positives on both of the quarterbacks, though.
Well, I think, they have different skill sets, right? Like you look at TJ Finley, bigger guy, bigger size stature, has a big arm. And sometimes, like most quarterbacks, the guys with the big arms, sometimes that'll get them in trouble. And then a lot of times you look at stats. So I think stats don't really tell the whole story of a game because sometimes, unfortunately, quarterbacks get, penalized for deflections and, things of that nature. And then a couple times it's just bad decision making. And so, I think with TJ, it's just about being decisive, obviously understanding and getting that chemistry with the guys. And then Robbie's a guy who's really athletic, who wants to show ability because, as an athletic quarterback, no one wants to have that stigma. And so it's like, well, I want to show that I can also pass. And, because of the limited reps or because you're not in there occasionally, you tend to try to do more than you should. And so, I think it's just about finding that balance and understanding, from a decision-making standpoint, when do I need to try these things or what's the situation? And the better understanding, that you get that, then you tend to do a little bit better job with, with some of those things. But early in the season, you start to see things and hopefully that you grow out of as the season progresses.
Having Carnell coaching them and you so close with the program as well with your analyst role, do you think that helps Hunter and Tank realize that they're stronger together than apart, working in unity and sometimes on the field together maybe down the road, but also sharing the load? Because I would imagine that makes for a better situation for Auburn. You guys offering them any advice on how to share the limelight?
Well, I think it's good to hear it from guys that have been in that situation. But football is a game of, putting a group of guys together who are generally, alpha males, right? And so, at that position, you have to try to get in the rhythm. And so sometimes, you want to get in the rhythm. And so just the understanding of the bigger picture, and so sometimes, like all of us, it gets skewed because, sometimes you feel like you're in that groove and then, you come out, you don't see the bigger picture of getting the rest and the benefits of it, in a second week of a season versus week 10 or 11 when you're beat up a little bit, and you start to realize the benefits of not getting hit as much, especially when you look at the progression of how football doesn't get a lot of love. And so when you get to college, it kind of comes detrimental to you going to the next level because that's one of the things that they use against you. It's like, well, we shouldn't draft these guys because he has this many carries on him, the shelf life for a running back. And so, you have to be careful and trying to get that understanding, to a lot of these young men can be difficult in times.
Ronnie Brown with us, former Auburn running back, Auburn Sports Network. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. I'll give the necessary disclaimers because this is the type of stuff people will clap back with here. I understand it's been Mercer. I understand it's been San Jose State. I understand it's only been a 2-game window. But Auburn is 10th against the rush nationally. What is Auburn's run defense doing that is working so well? They've only given up 64 yards per game.
Well, I think they have, some great guys in the middle, and then you talk about the edge rushers. You look at Derek Hall, Eku Leota on the end, and so, you got Kobe Wood in the middle. So they're playing together, but, I think, like you said, the rebuttal is going to be, but it was Mercer, but it was San Jose State. And so, I think at the end of the day, you just have to build on what you're doing as a unit. Don't worry about the outside noise and just keep getting better because, I think the stats create motivation. The motivation, goes with, I think having that confidence. And so as you build that up, obviously, you're going to be tested as the season goes on. You talk about, teams like Georgia and Alabama and, LSU and like people that tend to, test those things and kind of see, where you weak at. Obviously, that's something that's going to be a point of emphasis. But, right now the numbers are the numbers. But at the same time, there's a lot of, progress to happen. But right now, they've done a pretty good job. San Jose State had, some pretty good running backs, but it's just about, I think keeping and understanding the mission.
Javarius Johnson leading the team right now with 7 receptions. Do you see a guy? Is he going to be that guy, or is there another guy that maybe becomes the go-to?
I don't know if he's the guy. Obviously, he has the ability. He can stretch the field as well. He has some speed. But, I think when you talk about this group, the thing about it is you don't really want one guy to have to carry the weight. And a lot of times in sports, we tend to try to put that on guys. But, for me as an offensive guy being a running back, I knew my greatest attribute was also understanding that I needed the other 10 guys. And so we all need to do our job so that pressure is not just on one guy. And if you can do that from an offensive perspective, especially, it keeps defenses on their heels and not being able to, okay, now I can game plan this guy. We take him out of it. Now we got a really good chance of winning. And so, Javarius Johnson, he's done a really good job. But at the same time, I would like to see it mixed up, like between the tight ends. As the season progresses, because you don't want to be game planned and, you become one-dimensional. Like, you're going to need something from the other guys, Cedric Jackson, Malcolm Johnson. Like, all those guys are going to have to contribute. John Samuel Shanker. Like, it's going to be important, even with the running back, getting them involved in the passing game out of the backfield.
I'm interested. Do the orange jerseys look good?
I don't know. What do you mean? This weekend, I haven't seen them. I mean, I live in Atlanta, so I don't get the inside scoop a lot of times. Like, I just kind of get a chance to see it when everyone else sees it.
Yeah, I just joking with you. I was trying to get you to spill the beans there. Little play on words. I was trying to get you to let us know the orange jerseys are coming out. Everybody's the hills are buzzing, man. They're talking about those orange jerseys.
Yeah, but Ronnie,
yeah, it was funny that you said that because I didn't realize that my son played a game last night, and so they have orange jerseys and they're the Tigers, and somebody mentioned that in one of the comments. So I was like, oh, what are you like? I didn't. So that's why you caught me off guard with that one.
No, I was going to bring that up. I saw the video. Your son taking one to the house. I think it was a 52-yard run, I think, but he ran about 3,000 yards, just showing the vision. We're
showing the video right here. Look
at
this.
It's an incredible run.
Yeah, it was. I mean, he caught me by surprise, and that was for the game winner. We were tied 20-20 with 50 seconds left in the game.
Oh, and wow! So he got the touchdown.
They did a really.
He got the touchdown and milked the clock with that run, man. That's great.
Yeah, because they had a couple kids on the other side that were bruisers as well. They kept the ball the whole third quarter, so we didn't get a chance to touch the ball in the third quarter. So it worked out, luckily.
Yeah, I see some of the old man's DNA in there. Look at that run.
I mean, he's got great footwork.
Yeah. Now we're watching the video now. I saw in Rivals that his Final Four right now are Auburn, Georgia, Florida, and Jackson State. Is that true? That Deion's in trying to get him over to Jackson State. He's after everybody, man.
Hey, we'll see. He got a long time before that. We're only 9, so.
It's never too early to commit, man. Come on.
No, we got to keep your options open. That's how it works.
Oh, that's right. NIL now.
World
NIL
now,
now,
that's right.
man. Yes.
Ronnie, thank you for the time. We greatly appreciate it, man. Always good catching up with you.
All right, you guys too. Thank you.
All right, buddy. Take care. Ronnie Brown with us, the Auburn legend, now part of the Auburn Sports Network. He was on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Hey, reminder, timely communication, more important today than ever before. Alabama Power wants you to know you got a lot of options when it comes to reaching them beyond just phone or mail. They offer billing alerts. Notifies you of billing and payments by text or email. For more information and to sign up, visit alabamapower.com/myaccount.
Listen, I know it's not always cool to pat yourself on the back or your own team on the back.
Yeah.
But Forrester having that video ready to go right there, how awesome was that there?
Scott's the best.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not surprised.
Hats off, Scott. Microphone on for Scott in the back row here.
Yeah,
Scott, take a bow, a little thank you. You're welcome.
Yeah. Hey, thanks, John.
Hey,
appreciate the shout out.
Scott fired out. Was Taylor Corn the one that discovered it, Scott, or did you discover it?
I was aware of it.
Oh, you were aware of it? Okay.
Did Taylor help, though?
Well, Taylor was the first one I saw send it.
I mean, all of a sudden, you've become Kevin Durant selfish. Share the basketball a little bit, man.
Oh, my God.
I like you, Scott. Thank you.
I'm gonna turn your
Well,
mic
hey,
off.
Lunsford's not here. Dunaway can't take a shot at him.
Camera's coming soon on the back row. We're working on that back there, but glad to have Forrester. Spot on with that. It's. I'm a horrible person. I'm the one that brings it up to compliment him having the video ready to go. I've worked 30 years in television.
Mm-hmm.
I could have planned that out in television, and Forrester will tell you there's a chance they wouldn't run the video at the right time.
That's right. But Scott, without us even knowing we were going to bring it up,
Yeah, right there. Had it ready to go. Just impressive as heck. Your thoughts really quick on Bobby Petrino going back to Arkansas. I mentioned Russell Wilson getting booed last night. Okay, give me that first. Russell Wilson. I mean, he's the greatest Seahawk of all time. All due respect to Steve Largent.
Steve Largent. No, it's got to be Russell Wilson.
It's Russell Wilson, and he's a Hall of Famer. He should have won 2 Super Bowls. You can blame the one on him. It was really play calling. It was a great pick, great read by Butler for the Patriots. But when you look at the entirety of Seattle, and I saw like a poll yesterday of the great sports cities, the top 10, and Seattle was in the top 10. It's a really good sports city. But outside of Ken Griffey Jr., I think he's the best to ever come out of that city.
Durant started there briefly before they moved to Oklahoma City.
But it was one season.
Sean Kemp was there.
Gary Payton. I mean, look, there's been some really good players that have come through there. Alex Rodriguez.
Sean Alexander
Edgar
was an
Martinez.
MVP one year for the Seahawks back in their NFC days.
But I would go
AFC days.
To me, I would go Ken Griffey Jr. and then Russell Wilson. And Ken Griffey did something, or Russell Wilson did something Ken Griffey never did, and won a championship.
Yeah.
So to me,
A-Rod was there. Randy Johnson were there.
I think you got to show the guy respect.
Yeah.
Look, he got $245 million. If the Seahawks really wanted to keep him, they could have found a way to keep him. They decided that they were in rebuild mode. So I didn't like the fact that they really booed him. But hey, to each their own.
It wasn't like 50-50 either. It was a heavy boo.
But
surprising.
But Bob Petrino is not Frank Broyles. He's not. I mean, in a sense, he took them to higher heights than Houston Nutt, but then in a sense, he didn't. I mean, Houston Nutt played in Atlanta. Bob Petrino never did that. Now, I know Petrino had him number 3 in the country. But probably the third best team, or number 2 in the country, probably the third best team in the country at the end of the year.
Your point is there's more reason to boo Bobby Petrino than there was Russell Wilson, but Bobby Petrino will end up getting a better treatment for sending Arkansas into a decade of horrible football than Russell Wilson got last night.
Because at the start of that game last night, they didn't know they were going to win the game. They thought they were in much worse shape, right? They end up winning the game. Arkansas's in good shape now. They love Sam Pittman. You know, they're on to their next wife, and they love it, and they're happy, and everything's nice. Why boo?
Yeah, and that's Clay Travis brought that point up.
Yeah.
You know, Arkansas is in a good spot. I mean, when you look at Arkansas right now, they're a top 10 team. Sam Pittman, we've said this before, seems like the absolute perfect fit for that program. I think there'll be some boos there because he embarrassed the program.
He did, but you've got one of the coaches. There are very few coaches in the country that I would say are at a 100% approval rating. Sam Pittman is one of those guys.
Big football question. I mean, if this is what we want the game to be, we'll do one of those questions after in Rockstar's viewing menu. MyBookie.ag, Brownie, MyBookie.ag gets you into the game if you're watching us around the country.
Yeah, listen, Chargers and Chiefs are preparing for battle for the AFC West Thursday night. So prepare your winning season at MyBookie. Some like to bet to earn some money. Some bet to make the season more exciting. Either way, MyBookie.ag gives you the most for your money with a double deposit bonus. It is quick. It is easy. It is a $250 deposit, and it puts $500 in your account instantly. You can use your funds to bet on as many games, contests, and props as you desire. Here's how you do it, Dunaway. Here's how you do it. You go to MyBookie.ag. That is MyBookie.ag. Register and use promo code PROMO. It's designed to add more excitement to the games and sports you love. Promo code PROMO. Double your money up to $1,000 with MyBookie.ag. Only week 2 of the NFL season. There's still plenty of time to get on board, and with college football, don't miss out. Your winning season starts today. MyBookie.ag, code PROMO, PROMO.
Micah Parsons and Von Miller versus Leonard Fournette and a lot of America who wants football to still be physical. That and Rockstar's viewing menu next.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business, with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, TomBeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin.
Hi, welcome to Culver's.
Just ask our team member Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
In a word, it's chaos. You'll have to see it to believe it. Whoever said that must have been talking about Talladega. It's a place where chaos mixes with speed, where a town turns into a city, and a weekend becomes a lifetime of memories. It's a tradition like no other.
What a wild finish.
NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Talladega Superspeedway, October 1st and 2nd.
Bubba Wallace, the winner at Talladega.
Get your tickets now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, the Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Back with you on the next round. I was just starting to draw my upset alert at the top of the hour. It's not going well so far.
Oh, I'm trying to think of what we're doing.
It's got to be a dog.
Who you going with there, Jimmy?
A puppy.
Yeah. Don't ruin it. Don't ruin it.
Yeah.
Because I'm drawing mine too.
It's even worse if it's that way, Rockstar.
Well,
See, it's worse? Or
it's a rocket, man. It's a rocket.
You'll need to get it right because the one thing Lance loves doing is criticizing your drawing on the whiteboard.
yeah.
You do it every week, Lance.
That's not true.
I usually don't draw.
Rockstar, does he do it every week?
He does.
Every week. What is that?
well, we gave you compliments for the duck hunt. So
Yeah. So.
I usually don't draw.
Tree.
I usually don't draw. Brown gets so excited about it. I just said, hey, remember, if you want to go ahead and start drawing, top of the hour as we're doing our upset alert. He was like, oh, yeah, I forgot. And he was like really pumped up.
You'll see why, because I got a good one.
And now he's drawing the entire segment now. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. It is Rockstar's viewing menu time.
Yes, New Life Art. Each and every week they're doing a different special for Alabama, Louisiana, Monroe. Free standard shipping on $120 or more with code BAMASHIP at checkout. Put in BAMASHIP at checkout. You can shop now. Go to DanielMooreArt.com.
quickly, best Nicolas Cage movie.
Leaving Las Vegas.
The one where the plane crashes, he breaks out.
Con Air.
Con Air. Why is that funny?
The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent was really good, though.
Was it really? I didn't ever see that one.
Leaving Las Vegas.
Yeah, Leaving Las Vegas is the best.
Rock.
Or not ever leaving Las Vegas.
Did you like The Rock?
Stanley Goodspeed. 7 p.m. stars comedy Raising Arizona.
It's a really good one, too. Coen Brothers early on.
I've never been a big Coen Brothers guy.
Well, that's my favorite, I guess, with them. That's a great movie. John Goodman.
Fargo is so good. No Country for Old Men.
Oh, that's good. Okay.
Well, that comes up so much when you say somebody's. How many stars were in that freaking movie, No Country for Old Men? I mean,
not a lot of stars. Josh Brolin, Javier Bardem, Tommy Lee Jones,
Woody Harrelson.
Briefly.
And Nicolas Cage, apparently?
No.
No, it was Coen Brothers.
Oh, okay.
Everybody's on their boards.
No, I'm listening, though. Dunaway's not.
Then 8 p.m. on Vice tonight, you got a new Dark Side of Comedy tonight. They're featuring Richard Pryor. He had some issues in his life. And then 10:35 on CBS for The Late Show with Stephen Colbert. If you guys want to be uncomfortable and awkward, Robert De Niro is the host. He is the most uncomfortable.
Whoa, he's hosting or he's a guest?
He's a guest, my bad.
Oh.
He's the most uncomfortable, unengaged host I've ever seen. Like, to get anything out of him, and Harrison Ford. Harrison Ford kind of plays the part where I'm a curmudgeon. But De Niro is awful.
Why do they keep putting him on?
I don't know.
Yeah, he
host
is.
Or guest?
Guest. He won't give. Oh, my God.
He is so freaking boring.
That was intentional.
Yeah, he just doesn't give a shit at all.
Another thing,
why do they keep putting him on? I don't get that then.
I don't understand the casting of him on The Joker to be the late night comedy host. I didn't understand that part.
I didn't either. In this new movie, Amsterdam, that's got a big ensemble cast.
Ton of people. Christian Bale looks good.
But it looks so confusing.
It really does. I keep seeing the previews, and I'm like, I don't even know what I'm watching. Because they show it, the preview heavy in the NFL games over the weekend.
Yeah, I want to go see it, though. Matchstick Men, Face Off, Spider-Man and the Spider-Verse, Family Man, Honeymoon in Vegas, Kill Bill.
He wasn't in Kill Bill, was he?
I guess that's a Tarantino.
I think Zach.
Honeymoon in Vegas. Bobby's right, though.
Zach's playing a game with us.
He said Honeymoon in Vegas was amazing in so many ways, which it was really good. I thought it was a really funny film, but including that they made Sarah Jessica Parker look hot in that movie, which she really did.
She did. She looked great, and Girls Just Want to Have Fun. It was like 1985.
Hey, so I finished House. I hammered the 3 episodes.
Yeah, that looks so screwed up. I don't think I can watch it.
It's so misleading. So first episode, they shut it down at the first episode like we were about to get into the cannibalism, and then they go deep dive. They go deep dive into his great-grandfather, Arm & Hammer, who wielded a ton of power in his corruption, and then his son.
Like Arm & Hammer of the baking soda family? Wow.
Yeah, Arm & Hammer is his great-grandson. But it just, the final 2 episodes were more just about a deep dive on the family and not as much about Armie Hammer and the creep that he is. And I don't know, there's just
cannibalism.
I think they obviously Armie Hammer's got some serious issues, but I think they might have overplayed the cannibalism. There's no proof of cannibalism.
Was it a quote he said or something like that he just took out of context?
100% a cannibal. He told a chick that he wanted to cut her rib out and eat it.
That could just be a pickup line.
Yeah,
it could be, but that was kind of hearsay.
Bring your hammer. I'm serving arms tonight for dinner. I mean, it's just a good ad line. That's what Rockstar is watching. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Nichols Outfitters. They'll get us to the question of the day in the football world.
Oh, I like a good question of the day, and it's coming right up thanks to Nichols. You've heard us talk about that fishing department they've got there, all the brands you like, Duckett Fishing, 13 Fishing, Rapala Lures, True Bass, Shimano, Daiwa Fishing, Sixth Sense Fishing, all right there at Nichols Outfitters Fishing Department. Exit 242 off I-65 in Pelham, or online, nicholsoutfitters.com.
Okay, so and there's a social media back and forth going between Micah Parsons, Von Miller, and Leonard Fournette. Micah Parsons, and then Von Miller jumps in. They believe, as great pass rushers, what Fournette did to Micah Parsons the other night in the Sunday night game should be a illegal hit. That they should, they protect the quarterbacks. They've got now you can't block, back towards the line. You got to be blocking downfield. You can't do blindside blocks
Alabama
anymore.
got called for that Saturday, and a lot of people were confused because they're like, well, you didn't blindside him, but he's blocking back towards the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, it was an obvious 15-yard penalty against Alabama. That's outlawed now. And Micah Parsons thinks that if I'm engaged with a defensive lineman, that Leonard Fournette should not be allowed to come and clock me like he did. And he knocked the slobber out of him, knocked him down. And really, Micah, again, did not, after that point, didn't really pressure Tom Brady again.
That's right.
By the way.
Yeah, that's what you're trying to do, right?
And he had pressured him all night long. And from that point forward, I don't know if Micah Parsons was knocked silly or what, but he didn't really pressure Brady again the rest of the night. Fournette put him on his backside.
I love the hit.
Where are you guys on this? Should it be he's engaged with an offensive lineman and then the old chip block comes from
Well, you
Fournette?
can't go low on them. I mean, that's an obvious
He
penalty.
did not.
Yeah.
He went right through him.
He absolutely did. And Lance, I think it should be the same rules that police targeting. Like, I can't launch at him and lead with my helmet. But if I give him a rib shot, I give him a rib shot.
I had no problem with it.
Yeah,
knocked him
so
down.
You're telling me if Micah Parsons, if a defender had a running back stood up, he wouldn't come finish off the play?
No, he does all the time. Exactly right.
There goes the same thing.
But Fournette, with both Von Miller and Micah Parsons saying, look at the tape, blah, 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 blah. Great response from Fournette. All he sent to both of them was a crying Jordan emoji. I haven't checked the schedule, but I would imagine the Bucs don't play Buffalo unless it's in the Super Bowl. That's a little bit of the back and forth in the NFL after week number 1 came to a completion. Part of our show tonight being brought to you by NASCAR today. By NASCAR, when we come back, we will do our upset alert. Listen, we're into the playoffs, and no upset about the great weather that just turned last night. It was 53 degrees when I walked outside today.
Felt so good this morning.
Perfect weather for racing when they come back to Talladega.
Yeah, October 2nd is the Yellowwood 500. The weekend starts Friday, September 30th. You got that infield concert with Chase Rice and Bailey Zimmerman. 877-GO-TO-DEGA, 877-GO-TO-DEGA, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. Also, right now, go to Next Round Live. You can either click on the homepage there to win tickets to Talladega or just go to nextroundlive.com/Dega. Answer this question. What team is Dale Earnhardt's favorite NFL team? What team is Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s favorite NFL team? You answer that right, you're in the drawing. We're going to give away some Saturday, some Sunday. You get in that drawing. We'll let you know if you've won Talladega Superspeedway tickets. TalladegaSuperspeedway.com, 877-GO-TO-DEGA, or go to nextroundlive.com to try to win your spot today.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Scott Powell, the executive director of the Alabama Head Injury Foundation.
The number of brain injuries in the state has increased every year from the previous year. There are about 4,100 new brain injuries every year in the state of Alabama that require an overnight hospital stay.
If you'd like to help out, please give us that information.
You can head to our website at ahif.org, and we are very thankful for any support that anyone can give.
It's the Alabama Head Injury Foundation from Huntsville to Mobile, wherever you watch us in the state. Great work, Scott. Thanks for being with us.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
You know, I was thinking to this, Bobby, the other night when I was watching Fournette, who has been, and I mentioned it to these guys several times, he's a different player in Tampa than he was in Jacksonville or even at LSU, I think.
Yeah, I don't disagree. You know, that first year at LSU, he just seemed to be, he seemed to be just an incredible back, and he had motivation, whatever. And then he seemed to kind of drift off when he got drafted by Jacksonville. He had some moments here and there.
Yep.
I think it shows you, though, Tom Brady holding players accountable.
Yeah, and having a chance to win. Having a chance to win championships motivates people. And Bobby says, I wonder if the Fournette hater who used to call you guys and criticize his execution, he used to always call and say Fournette, Fournleaf, I think he called him.
Yeah, Alpha Ryan Leaf.
Wasn't going to be an NFL running back. And he was trending to being right when he was in Jacksonville. Though he did get drafted, but he's been the heartbeat of Tampa Bay's success with Tom Brady there because he's such a good pass protector and he's a hammer at running the football.
Oh, look, he was the guy that started to take that Rams game over late last year. And then I go back to when you guys won the Super Bowl 2 years ago. Without Fournette in that defense, there's no chance.
Well, and I think if I remember, so that era was Fournette was the Trent Richardson running back era.
Seems like it, yeah.
And I think his comparison was Richardson to be a much better NFL running back. It's not even
I think
close.
it was a little after.
Was it after?
Yeah.
Who was the Alabama running back?
Maybe
then?
it was Derrick Henry.
Oh, well, then Derrick Henry's been better.
Yeah.
better
No, I mean,
that's the
Fournette
comparison.
is not going to be a Hall of Fame player.
No, but he's been a really good NFL
yeah, but
running
really
back.
good. Yeah, absolutely.
On a good team.
If they win another Super Bowl, though, with him being a big part of it, I don't know. I mean, 2 Super Bowls can
I don't think so.
make you overlook some numbers sometimes.
Yeah, I don't.
I'll have to see where he is currly.
Yeah,
I mean, I think he's only got 1 or 2 1,000-yard seasons.
Part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at Bud Light, who, LT, if you go to our social media platform, had a big delivery yesterday. You do this now almost every Monday.
Well, we don't want to say that. Yeah, Brittany was nice enough to bring us a couple of new kegs, keg of Stella, a keg of Bud Light. We got some of their new energy drinks, which we'll introduce on the show coming up. We got some Ultra, got some Stella bottles, but we got plenty of products. So we've got new taps.
Yep. And Tuesday was our tequila delivery
Yeah.
today. So our friends from the
Tyler,
Maestro is back.
Tyler, nice enough to bring us another, not one bottle, but a case.
All right.
Because somehow the case that he brought 2 weeks ago is gone.
Well, we all took one home.
Everybody took one.
Yeah.
And some other people must have taken
We did a deep dive into mine on Saturday.
Yeah, well, we used them for ranch water at the house for Saturday for me as well. But there you go. Thank you for our deliveries today. I wonder what's coming tomorrow, guys.
I don't know. I have no idea, Jim.
I can't wait.
Who knows?
I can't wait.
Our neighbors love us, though.
Oh, they do.
And,
We're very
and this
popular.
hour brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Open right now for lunch. Your chance to taste the great Southern fried chicken recipe that Sterling and his crew have dialed up down there. The Mississippi Delta tamales, the perfect tamales there. Start with them, make them your meal, making them a side, however you want to do them. The Mississippi Delta tamales, just a perfect everything at Champy's Chicken. Check them out online, champychicken.com. Perfect to take to the stadiums this week. Everybody's at home this week. Alabama, UAB, Auburn. So take them to the big game. Great chicken fingers. It's champychicken.com. Upset alert here in just a second, but a couple of things in college football and the NFL I want to touch before we do the upset alert. First, NFL. Week 1, a lot of big injuries. I want to walk through what we've learned. Big story on ESPN right now. Dak Prescott targeting return from fractured thumb within 4 weeks. So now Dak backing up what Jerry Jones had said today, 3 to 4 weeks. Mike McCarthy had said November 13th. So apparently Dak and Jerry got some great information from the doctors.
I forgot to tell McCarthy.
In 3 to 4 weeks, so much that the Cowboys they're not putting Dak on the IR, which mandates him missing 4 weeks. They're leaving it open to get him back sooner.
So you're going to miss the Bengals and the Giants, but there's a possibility in 3 weeks he comes back for Washington, and there's a really good possibility he comes back for that road game in SoFi against the Rams. I would say as a Rams fan, I'm not one of those, I'll take a win however I can get it. I don't want them at 100%. But watching Dallas on Sunday night, they don't scare me.
T.J. Watts' injury, the pec, not as bad as thought. It's a partial tear, not a complete tear of the pec. He's only out 6 weeks.
That's great.
That's good for the Steelers there. Better news for Mac Jones, who was worried about a back issue. MRI shows he was just suffering from back spasms. So Mac is ready to go.
Well,
go ahead.
Well, I was going to say his problem is not just injury. His problem is their offense.
Yeah, but yeah, absolutely. But
Yeah.
no spine problems
which
for
is
Mac
good.
Jones, which is really good compared to having spine problems. And then defensive tackle Fedarian Mathis is done for the year. The Commanders' defensive tackle knee injury, so he is out for the season there. And on the college football front, we're getting ready for another big weekend coming up, which includes that Penn State-Auburn game. We've talked to Ronnie Brown about that already. We mentioned Clay's going to be there. We mentioned it with Clay Travis. It's not my upset alert. I believe Auburn wins the football game. I'm not going there on the plus 3.5 because I think I got a bigger fish to get more points in our game. But I really feel good about Auburn winning this football game. If Auburn wins this game against Penn State, what works for them? What goes right? What happens to make Auburn win the game?
Well, they don't turn the football over. I mean, it's going to come down to that because I don't think you're going to get There's no chance you're getting elite quarterback play. Solid quarterback play, running the football with Bigsby and Hunter, and then playing good defense and forcing turnovers from Penn State. If Auburn turns football over, they're going to lose this game.
Yeah.
I'm like you. I lean that Auburn wins the game. I think it's going to be a tight game because I think Penn State's a good team. Borderline top 25, but I just think that's a pretty good spot for Auburn.
I lean Penn State wins the game, but I'm willing to say now, we've talked so much about this opening 5-game stretch for Auburn. Are they going to be 5-0, 4-1, 3-2? What is it going to be? As you look at it right now, this is easily the biggest hurdle to 5-0. If you win this game, if they can beat Penn State Saturday, there's a really good chance Auburn, I think, starts 5-0. You guys have seen Missouri.
Yes.
That is not a good football team coming to Jordan-Hare. You've seen LSU limited, but does LSU worry you that much coming to Jordan-Hare? I mean, look, those games are losable games. I'm not saying they're not losable games, but I am saying if Auburn can find a way to scrape out a win here against Penn State, that 5-0 start is very much on the table now.
I am very interested in that Mississippi State LSU game this week. That's a 5 o'clock game right there on ESPN. Rockstar, if you'll give me cut number 8 and then cut number 9. Brian Kelly and Mike Leach having their news conferences yesterday. And our news conference sound today being brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports. They get you back in the game, LT.
Yeah, we're going to have Dr. Patterson on tomorrow to talk about some of these injuries. Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback today, from concussions to sprained ankles. Our experienced team ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
How did LSU, forget last week against Southern Florida State, how was their defense, you think, against Florida State? Think back to that Sunday night game.
I don't remember being awful.
Yeah.
I mean, they lost, what's his name? Gay. Can't say
Ali
his
Gay.
first. Ali Gay, to the targeting. It was a clear target. He, in fact, even apologized.
That's right.
For it. So, after that, it was a little bit different. But before that, I thought their defense played very well. Yeah.
Bigger challenge, though, Mike Leach's offense. Brian Kelly, who's been around the sport all the time, really compares this to an old school offense. Listen to the comparison.
This is a scheme that in some instances, and I'm not here to compare it, across the board, but this is like triple option, right? The precision of the scheme, the way it is set up, if you are not taking care of your assignment and doing your job, you're going to get exposed.
Yeah, so he's comparing it to the old triple
Very
option.
interesting.
I've heard that before, though.
Where everybody had, I've got the fullback, you've
Yep.
got the quarterback, you've got the pitch man. Everybody's got to do a role, and you got to do it every play. That if you don't do that one play, they'll burn you.
Yeah, because if you think about that offense, though, that kind of makes sense. I mean, I know it seems like the air raid and the triple option are on two opposite ends of the spectrum. But if you think about it, how much rhythm is there in that air raid? I mean, how often does Will Rogers stand back there and just scan? It's oftentimes snap, up, look, throw, right? It's almost like the triple option. Like I'm just reading the end, and I'm either going to pitch or there's just so much rhythm in it,
That's exactly right. Exactly right. Meanwhile, Mike Leach, who had a huge win at Arizona for this program, and a lot of state fans made the trip out to the desert and just loved what they saw beating that Arizona team. Now you're in conference play.
And by the way, I didn't think they played well.
I didn't either.
They
I'm with you.
They
yeah.
beat them
With
by
their
20 plus with not their A game.
Maybe their B minus C plus game. Yeah.
But now they go to Tiger Stadium, and at some point the sun will set in the western sky, and football will be right at Tiger Stadium, and Mississippi State will have to deal with that. Test for them, no doubt about it. 5 o'clock on ESPN. Mike Leach on the respect he has for the guy you just heard from, Brian Kelly.
Head coach at LSU, obviously, Brian Kelly. What do you think of his resume, of him as a coach, and what's your relationship kind of like with him?
I've known him from a distance for a long time. I was in small college the same time he was, so I've always liked him. He's a guy that takes the X's and O's seriously. He's not in this business. There's a few sweater wearers. They just want to wear the sweater and point various directions and things like that. And
what does that mean?
And then just kind of a PR figure. But he's not that. He's always been in the thick of it and always a very knowledgeable X&O guy. So I've always liked him.
I'm far more interested in who he's talking about.
Well, the sweater weather is the CEO coach, the coach that really doesn't coach. He just runs the program and points in different directions
PJ
like
Fleck.
he's coaching.
PJ Fleck literally wears the sweater, though.
Yeah.
I'm seriously wondering. I mean, that's nice what he said about Brian Kelly and all, but I really wonder who he's talking about.
Well, who's in his past that he would be talking about?
Well, I mean, who do you watch in college football that you would call a sweater wearer?
Not
that
as
just stands there in points.
Not as much as you used to.
Used to you get older coaches like Paterno and Coach Bowden late in their careers were those guys.
I mean, let's be fair. A lot of people thought Coach Bryant did that.
Oh yeah,
near the end of his
I
career.
think he probably did. Yeah, but I can't think of one right now that just jumps out at me that I would say call him a sweater wearer. I don't think I would have done that at any point in my life. Boy, Leach is so
I'm
interesting.
running through the SEC. I can't think of one in the SEC.
Not really, no.
Yeah. Maybe Jimbo soon if he turns over play calling, right? Tommy Tuberville was one back in the day. He turned it absolutely over.
Oh, Tripp says Mac Brown.
Well, that would be in his past that he did not like. Is Mac a sweater weather?
Yeah,
a sweater
probably
wearer?
now.
He's a poncho wearer now.
Yeah, I feel
he definitely is not pushing the buttons defensively. Nobody is.
Yeah. Coach Chiswick wearing that sweater. A little too,
and he's not loose. And he's not pushing "send me a salad" button either. He has put on the LBs. I mean, just one season to the next, it's just so different.
Well, I didn't notice it against FAMU, but boy, against App State, I noticed it big time.
Because he had a sweater on.
Well, he was wearing a sweatshirt, and buddy, that thing was stretched. That thing was fighting.
He
for
must
its
have
life.
one of those good mirrors at home, right?
Yeah, that looked good, man.
Same one I got. Same one I got. All right, let's do our upset alert today. We do it every Tuesday, and it's brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's Rockstar. Hit the big button.
The Baumhauer's Spotlight.
Sound the alarm. College football's upset alert.
What happened to the woo?
Oh, we do different ones each time.
Okay. Hey, Bob Baumhauer celebrating 40 years here in the market. They delivered Alabama's first ever taste of wings way back in 1981 at Wings and Things in Tuscaloosa. 40 years, 4 concepts, 14 restaurants later. Bob's still serving up great food and hospitality to the people and visitors here in Alabama. Try that Alabama hot chicken from Bob's own personal recipe that he now keeps locked away. Baumhauer's is bringing you the newest and greatest featured item, fresh southern fried chicken breast, smothered in that tangy blend of boosting herbs, spices, honey, apple cider vinegar with a spicy finish to serve with the side of the homemade smoked Gouda cheese grits, Miss Mary's southern greens and garlic bread. Pick it up for lunch or dinner at Baumhauer's.
All right, we've got a standings through 2 weeks. Here's our upset alert standings. Taylor throws this together for us.
Oh,
Brown's
wow.
in the lead.
Look at that.
He's 1-1, 3 points. I'm 2-0, but I've been nibbling and not taking big bites. I've only got 2 points. And
Come on,
LT has been trying to
swung for the fences.
Yeah, he's 0-2 trying to get the big hit there. And basically the way the scoring works, if you 6.5 are over and you cover, you get 1 point. 6.5 over, you get the outright win, you get 3 points. That's how Brown is 1-1 with 3 points. Who'd you get the first week?
That was Old Dominion, straight up.
Old Dominion.
Did not need them.
I'm 2-0. I've gone Illinois and Kentucky, but both have been just small bites. So cover or win, if it's less than 6.5, is just 1 point, and you get 0 if you don't cover or don't win outright. So that's how the scoring works. And it's time for upset alert. Let's start at the bottom and work our way up, like Drake likes to do. Go ahead.
Okay, so
it hurts. It makes what little hair I have stand out.
So we saw a really good game. Fox, big kickoff, 11 o'clock this past
Alabama
week.
and Texas? Yeah.
And Sarkisian saying yesterday, we cannot drink the rat poison.
Did he say that again? He used the rat poison
He
line?
used rat poison.
The Nick Saban line,
After calling it a moral victory.
Now, the problem is Quinn Ewers is out. Bijan Robinson's got a banged-up shoulder. Your backup quarterback in Hudson Card's got a bad ankle. Deshaun Jameson, who is a starting cornerback and also your return specialist, has got a banged-up ankle. Now there's a possibility that Charles Wright, a redshirt freshman quarterback, might get the start. Sarkisian's not naming the starter.
He looked like he was about to soil his pants the one time they showed him on the sidelines, and he thought he was
Guess
about
what?
to go home.
Luckily, it's burnt orange.
A veteran team that should be 2-0. They lost in 4 overtimes to Houston. They bounced back and won in overtime against Army. I like the Roadrunners.
Ooh, that's a good logo, Lance.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent job on the whiteboard out of you, Lance.
Could you kiss his ass anymore?
It's a Roadrunner.
Really brown nosing.
Yes.
We're taking the Roadrunners. You're getting like 13 points. I mean, I think that's just way too many. Veteran team, veteran quarterback. They're not going to be intimidated. I think they'll play right there with Texas.
The game they've been waiting on all year. I mean, all due respect to Houston and to Army, but this is the one UTSA has been waiting
And just
on.
based on recent Texas history, would this not be so Texas to lose this game?
It would be, yeah. It's very. I'm going to compare it all week. This is Alabama's Northern Illinois game. Alabama played Oklahoma close. Everybody got fired up. Now, as I remember it, Alabama played Kentucky the next week, beat them, but then Northern Illinois got them 2 weeks after that Oklahoma game. But that's what could be for Texas. Everybody's fired up because you played the number one team to the horn, and then you turn around and lose to UTSA.
No more nibbling for me.
Bite a big one, Jimmy.
I was gonna nibble and take Auburn. I think Auburn wins it upright, but it's just 3.5, so it only got me one more point. I'm going for the big Champy's tamale this week. I'm trying to go
the enchilada,
the old tamale, because they don't serve enchiladas there at Champy's.
I was just trying to get the saying right.
I'm going for the whole shooting match. I'm going to the 404, Atlanta, Georgia. You want quarterback problems? I think our boy Lane Kiffin has them. Altmaier, little hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Jackson hasn't been great.
Mm-hmm.
Good running game.
Yeah.
But Georgia Tech,
good luck.
Just good enough to win this game outright. Plus 15.5. I'll take Georgia Tech, Jeff Collins, to beat the SEC. And I'll take the Yellow Jackets over Ole Miss. As you see here, the bee stinging the sip.
I thought it was a bomb.
I thought it was a cat in the hat.
All really good. All really good. I'll remember those if I ever need a bomb or a cat in a hat. But I'm going Georgia Tech plus the 15 in the hook.
Again, we all like Jeff Collins, really nice guy.
Yeah.
It's not working out. And Jeff Sims, his quarterback, talk about quarterback
I was
problems.
about to say, I don't know who's got the best quarterback in the game. Who do you think?
I would think Ole Miss, yeah. I think Jackson Dart, although he struck.
If Jeff Sims had ever taken a tour of the USC campus, you would feel differently about this game. Jackson Dart has not shown you anything this year that says he can go to Atlanta and win this game. You like Jackson Dart because he one time wore a USC uniform.
That's not true. I mean, I've seen Jackson Dart look really good.
Not as the Mississippi quarterback.
No.
You haven't yet.
Well, no Jeff Levy there.
Yeah.
No direction.
Yeah, Jeff's not coming back for this game this weekend either. All
yeah,
right,
but Jeff is for Georgia Tech.
If you've watched this show or listened to this show for a long time, you know I'm a matchup handicapper, right?
Yes.
And I like trends and angles. No, I do them both, matchup and trends and angles. This is going to be a matchup handicap right here. There's no trends, no angles in this one, boys. This is straight matchup. I like to look for obvious differences between teams, Rockstar, when I'm breaking this down.
Yeah, point to
obvious differences.
Obvious. Different jerseys.
Yeah.
Different coaches.
More obvious than that.
Oh.
Boys, who's the number one scoring offense in the country in terms of points per game?
Boise State.
No.
It's North Carolina.
No. Points per game. No.
Points per game. Oh, I know this. It is
the Kansas Jayhawks. 55.5 points per game. They're scoring, Rockstar. They are lighting up that scoreboard. That's point one. Point number two. Who's the 110th scoring defense in the country?
Delaware State.
The Houston Cougars. Houston has given up 35 and 33 in 2 games. One of those in overtime. They've given up 4 touchdowns in both games they've played. Lance Leopold has been mentioned for the Nebraska job, so it's a good time to show out. Rockstar, guess what you can do with these 10 points right here?
I need every single one
Not
of them.
a one of them. You can throw them in the trash. They're no good to you because Lance Leopold and the Jayhawks of Kansas win outright. They're catching 10. Ignore those 10 points. You don't need them in Houston. You don't. They're going to win this thing outright. I had a seizure for a second. All right. What?
Can I be the first?
How good is this Jayhawk?
Yeah.
Lance, what do you think?
Can I be the first?
Not bad.
Yeah, thank you, Lance.
No, it looks like the stuffed animal mascot we would use at a USA government fundraiser. It looks like a bald eagle.
No, it does look like I built a Jayhawk. You went to a mall. But that's not bad.
Build-A-Bear. It's a Build-A-Bear. Well, look at that way.
It's a raccoon tail.
Which one's better, Rockstar? Which one's better, the Jayhawk or the raccoon?
In other words, it's 404 page not found.
I mean,
I tell you, the guy that can't write.
No, I mean, that's pretty good for you. I
bad.
agree,
Yeah.
because I can't even read your handwriting most of the time.
You lost me on the T, though. The T looks like it's the miner's axe.
I think it looks like a T to me.
Yeah, of course it does. Everything's perfect through your eyes. Wow. That is the Upset Alert brought to you by the great folks at Baumhauer's, where it is absolutely perfect, even in my eyes.
Yes, they are celebrating 40 years, Bob, the first to bring the delicious taste of wings to the state of Alabama. And they've just got so many great specials out there. They've got a tailgate special, recession concessions, perfect for game days, office parties, or dinner. 4-pound traditional wings with your choice of sauce and a complimentary gallon of tea. Get in, check it out. Baumhauer's Victory Grill all throughout the state.
Nope. You know what? They've got it right. Kevin's got it right. Rockstar. I'm cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
Sonny from Cocoa Puffs.
Yeah, that's it.
See, I remembered that. I remembered I'd seen that from somewhere.
Uh-huh.
Hey,
Yeah,
Dunaway.
you said the government stuffed animal.
Oh, I'm going to find that stuffed animal.
Do you want your super teas this week?
Oh, here we go.
No, not now.
that for later.
Quick to
No,
break.
I'm talking
Later
about
on.
later. That's what I'm
later
talking
on.
about.
Yeah,
Yeah.
later on. Absolutely. There you go. That's our Upset Alert today, brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's. When we come back, we get to trash and a lot more. Stay with us.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Hey there, folks. Welcome back to another college football season. And welcome back to another season of Fansville by Dr. Pepper. That little slice of heaven. Every man, woman, and student section drinks Dr. Pepper like their life depends on it. It does. Where the air is filled with the scent of charcoal grills, and the streets are marked with yard lines. Practical. Where the current trending baby names are Blitz, Spike, and 2-point conversion. Adorable. And recruitment starts before you're born. It's a linebacker. Where NFT stands for Not Fun Tailgate, and DIY stands for Dr. Pepper is Yummy. It is. It's the place off-season fever dreams are made of, where the right to life, liberty, and barbecue is written in the town's constitution. Saucy. And the current forecast is sunny, with a 90% chance of the skies opening up and raining down delicious droplets of Dr. Pepper. Grab a bucket. Get ready for anything to happen this college football season on Fansville by Dr. Pepper. The one fans deserve. Grab some today.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Hey guys, football season's here, and you know you're going to spend a lot of Saturdays and Sundays watching the games. So go ahead and make the call to Blakely's Bouquets. And when it comes time for those special occasions like homecoming or fall formals, Blakely's is the answer too. Trust me when I tell you that Blakely's will go above and beyond with unique custom designs. Order ahead or get speedy same-day deliveries at Blakely'sBouquets.com. That's Blakely'sBouquets.com, or better yet, stop by the store on Oxmoor Road in downtown Homewood. Blakely's Bouquets.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey, back with you on the Next Round. What I think is a mistake here in just a second. But first, my friend Greg Nelson in Storm Restoration Roofing, where it's never a mistake when Greg's on your. It's never a mistake, as Brown is echoing in the background, when Greg is on your roof, because Greg Nelson's going to get up there and make sure that everything is just right, and he's going to make sure it's just right for a long, long time. If you haven't had your roof inspected in a while, it's time to get it inspected. Even if you have some storm damage, Greg's the person that can take care of you. Storm Restoration Roofing, easiest way to contact him is go on Facebook. Just look for Greg from Pell City. Or you can call this number. This is actually his cell phone number, 205-542-3531. 205-542-3531. What Greg really loves when Alabama's not playing well, you call that number right in the middle of the game. Takes his mind off of what Alabama's doing, and he starts thinking about, maybe getting on your roof. 205-542-3531. A-plus rated with a Better Business Bureau. The best warranties in the industry. Insurance guys trust him. They even let Greg go up on the roof for them sometimes while they eat a sandwich sitting in the car. He's that good of a guy. He's great at what he does. And right now he'll give you a free, no-cost roof inspection. No obligation at all. Free, no cost. Just get him up on that roof and see what your roof looks like. 205-542-3531. Storm Restoration Roofing. Listen, I know the Cleveland Browns. I know the Cleveland Browns have a logo issue. Their helmets, it's a color.
Well, it's Browns. Yeah,
it's a color.
What you gonna do?
But they do have a mascot that they didn't use for a long, long time because it creeps the hell out of me. To be honest with you, it just creeps the hell out of me.
I don't even know what it looks like.
Oh well, it's in the middle of their field now, Brown. Here's a look. Forrester, bring it up. This freaking thing's in the middle of an NFL football field now.
I've got that old shirt.
You do?
Yeah, the retro brand Cleveland shirt with that mascot. Have you never seen that shirt that I wear?
I've seen it.
I think I remember you wearing that shirt now. How many?
And I never sit in your lap when you wear it either. It scares the hell out of me.
Oh, Rockstar can't see it. Rockstar.
Yeah, I got it.
Do you have it?
His name's Brownie the Elf.
Oh,
how many?
It is Brownie the Elf, yes.
Hey, how many yards did Feinbaum run for?
Yeah. It looks like John Gruden on meth.
Maybe a little.
He's got a little paw.
This is Feinbaum over the years.
Yeah. It's scary, and they're putting it in the middle of the field. That house has gone to hell in a handbasket without Baker Mayfield taking care of it.
He's asking for a fumble. He's not protecting his football.
He really does not have all the points.
Yeah.
What is?
And he's an elf.
What did they have at midfield? Just the helmet?
Yeah. Sometimes it's nothing. Sometimes it's been a helmet.
Yeah.
Actually, they had a vote for this design.
Did they now?
Yeah, they had 4 designs. They had him holding a ball, him running the ball, and 2 Browns helmets or the AFC, just the AFC logo.
Tripp says it's the Shoney's Big Boy after a 3-week fast.
Yeah. Or on a drunk, man. That thing scares me. I don't like it.
Yeah, it's a weird-looking midfield logo. I kind of like the throwback stuff, though.
It's the way I pictured the dolls looking when I sent LT to Amish country.
Yeah.
No, that was the Raggedy Ann, Raggedy Andy, whatever.
Yeah, they were handmade, though, aren't they?
Yeah.
Scary-looking dolls. Scary logo there in the middle of the field. Ashley says, what great female listener, 100% on the Shoney's reference. She also said earlier that Brian Kelly needs to start winning some big games next year, or that he's starting to make people a little upset. More on that later, as he told a funny joke at yesterday's news conference, and then, much like me, kept going a tad too far. Doesn't know when to shut up, Brian Kelly. More on that later. But right now it is time for Trash Rockstar. You know which button to hit.
Reporters have been saying some pretty nasty things about Western Pennsylvania lately. And you know, I couldn't agree with them more. I couldn't disagree with you, I couldn't agree with you more than the fact that
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, if you're sick of ripping your hair out over rent prices, put down the toupee and contact Mortgage Right today. I'm reading straight. Mortgage Right has all the first-time homebuyer essentials, including a variety of loan products, an easy pre-approval process, and a multitude of other resources for a seamless home buying experience. They will treat you like family, always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. Don't let rent run you ragged. Become a homeowner today by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender. We start first. Chinese state media says a man has been found safe after he spent 2 days aloft in a hydrogen balloon traveling about 200 miles after it became untethered, tethered, flew away while he was using it to harvest pine nuts from a tree.
See, that's the best way to do it. You got to do it with a hydrogen balloon.
Yes,
You
how
got
can I
to be
get these-
tethered.
how can I
I've
get these
always
pine nuts?
been terrified of going up in a helium balloon.
You've never been in a hot air balloon?
No.
I've done it once, untethered too. I went on a trip.
So hot when they turn that
Yeah,
flame on. I mean,
it-
So you've
burns
done
your
it?
skin. We did it in Seattle, and the guy had a tough landing. It was not fun. I mean, it was interesting to be, but he couldn't. The wind was not right, so
Yeah.
I had to jump out like about 6 feet out and pull it in. I was like
And
in
it's-
7th grade.
And that thing's loud too when they hit that.
And it is so hot once they pull it. I mean,
Yeah.
your scalp is just.
No,
you have to
Rockstar's
wear a
right.
hat.
There's nothing fun about it. Nothing.
I enjoyed it, but in hindsight now, I don't think I would do it again because you see a lot of those accidents.
Yeah, I mean, remember when the
Power
couple hit
lines?
the power line?
Yeah. Oof,
that was
jeez.
bad.
Yeah.
Hey, the man identified only by his surname, Who, and a partner were collecting pine nuts on Sunday in a forest park when they lost control and the balloon sailed off. The
You know
other
what
person
happened here?
Oh, God,
jumped to the ground
no.
and a search was launched for the escaped balloon and Who.
All right, here we go.
Who let the balloons out?
Oh my God!
State broadcaster CCTV said rescuers were able to contact the man by cell phone the following morning, instructed him to slowly deflate the balloon to land it safely. Took another day before he reached the ground about 200 miles to the northeast, close to the border of Russia.
Whoa, crap.
Who is in good health apart from pain in his lower back, possibly from standing the entire time he was in the air. I guess you could sit in one of those, couldn't you?
2 days standing.
Oh, misery.
I'm going to say this. Seattle, the city, doesn't get a lot right now.
It doesn't. Can I go back to the pine nut thing, which is how that whole balloon started? I go to a local restaurant that has pine nuts in their salads.
Yeah.
Love the way they taste.
Do you really?
Love the way they taste. But we have a bazillion pine trees around here, and Maggie tells me that they're very expensive, the pine nut. Can I not get pine nuts from the pine trees here?
Our trees are female.
Really?
Yeah, you didn't.
I mean,
see
I don't know.
the
Does help me out, audience? I'm going to ask the audience.
yeah.
Does the pine nut come from a pine cone?
I don't think it comes from a pine tree.
No earthly idea where it comes from. I assume they
so.
just called it pine nuts, and it doesn't really come from.
I mean,
pine.
it can't come from just a pine cone because it couldn't be that cheap because we have a bazillion of them here.
No.
So what is a pine nut? Where does it come from? Thank you.
Okay, so Seattle has gotten something right.
All right. Well, the Seahawks last night.
Seattle City Council has voted unanimously to plan phasing out gasoline-powered leaf blowers for city departments and contractors by 2025 and businesses and residents by 2027. Now, the resolution passed Tuesday asked city departments to develop plans, design a public education strategy around the transition. This, according to the Seattle Times. New policy would require city workers as well as Seattle businesses and residents to use electric leaf blowers, rakes, and brooms instead. Now, they said the resolution cited noise, health, and environmental concerns.
I mean, if your business is a yard service, you're just pretty much, you can't do the blowing now. I mean, there's no way.
They go electric.
You go electric.
No, you don't. Did y'all know how quick those batteries burn? I've got an electric blower.
Yeah, about 15 minutes.
I can do my driveway, my deck, and part of my yard.
And it doesn't blow as good as...
You sit on the truck. You guys taking a break? Charging the battery.
Yeah, man,
I got to be honest. I think people survived with the rake back in the day.
Yeah, but they're trying. These guys are making a living based on how many yards they do in a day. You know how long a rake will take?
This is another way.
It's a stupid law.
Another way of hurting small business.
That's it. I mean, if you're a yard service, you just can't do the blowing now.
And listen,
the batteries will get better on this stuff.
And clip this.
Cell phones have.
Clip this for sure in case we've ever lost the ozone and the world is starting to end, so we can replay this.
Yeah, we do have this clip, thank God.
They tell me the clip is ready
before the world ends.
And by the way, that guy's a stereotypical leaf blower.
He really is. Right about that.
If I said I'm in the heat all day, what are you going to wear? I'll wear jeans.
I mean, if gas-powered leaf blowers are our biggest concern right now, we are really in trouble. I mean, with all the gas cars and other industry that's going on in the world, and not to mention countries that don't regulate anything.
That's right.
We regulate everything here. Yeah. I mean, I'm all for saving the globe. Let's don't make the guy with a leaf blower be the one that saves it.
If you lived in my cul-de-sac, you would agree.
It's a dumb law.
Let's start with India.
Let's
clean up India first, and then we'll come get the leaf blowers of Seattle.
No, that's starting Birmingham. You got to start, right, Lance?
I would agree.
Start Birmingham.
You don't like the guy that cuts yards. What, does the guy that cut your yard use a gas leaf blower?
I've said he does.
Okay.
I would no,
interesting.
But
this is a double standard. Is what
once
we
every
call
2
this.
weeks. It's not every day.
But you're saying this is a good rule. The guy up there never gets to use it.
That's fine. Rodrigo,
you're
every
demand
2
Rodrigo
weeks.
go battery.
Rodrigo can go battery.
Okay.
Or
you
he can
need
rake.
to demand it or fire him or make him rake.
Yeah.
You got to give him until 2027.
I think I've said this before. I think every 2 weeks is fine to blow your leaves. I think every day is a little excessive. So police announced Thursday that in a search to find a possible tiger at an Albuquerque man's home, instead they found another illegal exotic animal, that alligator right there. That's a small-ass alligator.
It is.
It's a dirty-ass baby.
Or as Will Levis would call it, appetizer.
Is that where you put your the drug money though, right? Isn't that the thing they put up next to the alligator?
It's got kind of a theme there. They also ended up seizing more than a dozen guns, pounds of drugs, and thousands in cash. 26-year-old Carlos Giddings was arrested. He's facing a felony charge for dealing drugs. Now it's clear Albuquerque police and New Mexico Department Game and Fish personnel found more when they actually arrived. In court documents, they described the place sounds like a stash house. Giddings reportedly told investigators he was storing drugs at his home for a man named Gordo.
I'm just storing them.
Investigators said they took a bunch of drugs from his home, including fentanyl pills, 2 pounds of heroin, and more than 10 pounds of cocaine. We reportedly found $40,000 in cash and 17 guns.
The best is we came in looking for a tiger.
Yeah.
And we got this.
Yeah. It's a one-color plot twist, Rockstar.
Which, by the way, you know what? The tiger, still on the loose.
Yeah, that's right. Yep.
So I have got, what does your favorite drink say about your personality?
Okay.
Now, drinks expert Steph Buttery, 31 years old, creator of the British fizzy drinks brand Chulo, claims that different cocktails reflect different personality traits. The daiquiri, stressed out and disorganized. People that frequently opt for sugary foods tend to be stressed, craving those sugar sensations to boost the feelings of pleasure and delight. Sugar lovers will be running late, disorganized, and always have a sugary drink in hand.
I love a good daiquiri, but I really enjoy a pina colada more.
Gin and tonics. Psychotic tendencies, they say. Bitter taste have been linked to psychotic behaviors. Seeking bitter taste suggests you like things that are a bit on the darker side of life and enjoy seeking sensations. Having psychopathic tendencies plays in their favor as they cope well under pressure and are often one step ahead of the person next to them. It's also been suggested that people who favor bitter taste are more likely to be antisocial and individual.
Do you like the gin and tonic? I don't know if I've ever had one.
I don't like gin and tonics. I do like
juice.
Certain bitter things, though.
Yeah, because you like an old-fashioned. It's got bitters in it.
I like an old-fashioned. I like IPAs.
Yeah.
Me too, on all of those. I used to like a gin and tonic.
Did
when
you?
the original Top Gun came out, I'm not sure if that's what he was drinking in the tall glass on the bar.
I think he said it was water.
Well, but in the movie, I think it was supposed to be a gin and tonic.
No, I think you ordered water.
No, because she sits down and says, I'll have what he's having, and he says, ice water.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought it was a gin and tonic. So I drank gin and tonics for that reason.
Bloody Marys. These are for thrill seekers. People who are risk takers, thrill seekers, or seek approval typically go for spicier options. Liking spice is commonly linked with loving rewards. Experiencing incredibly spicy food can provoke physical reactions like sweating and burning, which people subconsciously feel is a reward for enduring the high level of spice. Approval seekers in particular will always ask for extra hot sauce.
My golfing buddies, they are big on the Bloody Mary. If we have an early tee time, they will meet you at the car with a Bloody Mary.
It's like drinking barbecue sauce, basically.
Yeah. I'm good for half a glass. I mean, I'm okay with it for a couple of drinks.
Yeah, I'm right there with you.
But I can't finish one.
Yeah, if I'm doing something early in the morning.
You like one?
No. I mean, I'll take one, but I would rather have, I'd rather have a mimosa, actually.
Well, see, it works great. I would too, but it works great. I get a Bloody Mary, Maggie gets a mimosa, and then I take a couple of sips, and she's able to finish off the Bloody Mary. So it works good.
And her mimosa?
Yeah, I mean, just drinking a half.
Margaritas. This is for the adventurer.
I love margaritas.
Salt is slightly different to the other taste.
I would not want it in that glass.
Scientific.
Looks like gray water.
Liking salt has been linked to quite a specific personality trait, enjoying new experiences.
Love salt.
People who love to add more salt to their food will be the first to try something new and are always seeking new adventures rather than opting for a walk in the park. You'll always have a good time with a margarita drinker.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Always a good time.
You're welcome. From all of us margarita drinkers out there.
I like margaritas a lot.
Yep.
I don't add salt to my food, though.
I don't add salt to my food either, but I do like salt on the rim for that and the salty dog. Great margaritas with our friends at Taco Mama. Man.
Oh, absolutely.
I always love those.
Big government isn't always bad news, and our friends at Mortgage Right have some valuable government-backed loan options to help you buy your first home. Government-backed loans are trending upwards among first-time home buyers, and for good reason. You can save on down payment costs, get better interest rates, and reap the benefits of choosing one of the top-ranked lenders in the nation. Mortgage Right has closed thousands of FHA, USDA, and VA loans, and they're eager to help you next. Buy your first home the right way by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
And this hour brought to you by our friends at Champy's. They're your home for Blues Brews and Bird down there. Good cocktails with Sterling and the crew there. Swing by and see them for lunch. Highway 119 in Alabaster. And order your tailgate food there. They'll also cater your party and just about anything going on. He'll even cater your wedding if you want that as well. It's fried chicken, po' boys, those Mississippi Delta tamales, enough to make your mouth water. Champy'sChicken.com. When we come back, Patrick with a good question. If we, with our next round cocktails, if we started doing flavors for all of us, what would we do? Like a gin and tonic. That's a pretty good name for a drink. And Brian Kelly, who goes just a tad too far. John Parker Wilson with us at the top of the hour, all right here on the next round.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,499. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Guys, let's talk about the new season. Dove season is here, and the team at Nichols Outfitters is ready to get you ready for the hunt. 12, 20, and 28 gauge shotgun shells are in stock, and all the brands that you trust. Demand is at an all-time high, so we encourage you to drop by soon to stock up for the season. And of course, while you're there, check out our amazing selection of the finest shotguns in one of Alabama's largest showrooms. The staff is excited to be back out on the hunt, so drop by soon. Nichols Outfitters off exit 242 in Pelham or online at nicholsoutfitters.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch. Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your four-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES-1, or callwaynes.com.
In a word, it's chaos. You'll have to see it to believe it. Whoever said that must have been talking about Talladega. It's a place where chaos mixes with speed, where a town turns into a city, and a weekend becomes a lifetime of memories. It's a tradition like no other.
What a wild finish.
NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Talladega Superspeedway, October 1st and 2nd.
Bubba Wallace, the winner at Talladega.
Get your tickets now at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the Next Round, part of the show today being brought to you by MyBookie.ag.
Jimmy D, MyBookie.ag can get you going this football season. Don't forget Chargers-Chiefs coming up in a battle for the AFC West supremacy early on Thursday night. College football this weekend. MyBookie.ag gets your winning season started. Listen, it's quick and easy to get that double deposit bonus. $250 deposit gets you $500 in your account instantly, and you can use those funds to bet on as many games, contests, and props as you like. To claim that bonus, register today at mybookie.ag. Use the promo code NEXTROUND. Next Round is the promo code you use with mybookie.ag. That's promo code NEXTROUND. Double your money up to $1,000 with mybookie.ag. Begin your winning season today. Week 2 of the NFL, Week 3 of college football, all at mybookie.ag. Promo code NEXTROUND to double that bonus.
MyBookie.ag's upset alerts today. LT likes UTSA plus the 13.5 as they battle Texas, the team that scared Bama last week. We'll talk to John Parker Wilson coming up in studio with us at the top of the hour. Brownie likes Kansas plus the 10 this week as Kansas goes and battles...
At Houston.
And then I like Georgia Tech at home plus the 15.5 as they battle Ole Miss and Lane Kiffin this weekend. Those are our MyBookie.ag upset alerts. Rockstar, if you'll give me cut number 12, cut 12. I mentioned Brian Kelly in his news conference going just a tad too far. Remember last week he sort of took a shot at the female reporter from The Advocate for coming in late, telling her it was going to be a $10 fine. Well, as you would know it, this week his news conference starts a little late. So Brian Kelly comes in. It's all funny, and then he goes one step too far.
How's everyone? Good.
Very good.
$10.
Here's my $10. So let's get that out of the way right away. I pay my debts.
Stop there.
Cliffhanger.
Yeah, hold on. He went on to say that I paid my debts in cash, and he looked at the female reporter of The Advocate and said, I take cash only, no checks or money orders. Don't want to take a check because it could bounce, and which is a shot at the newspaper industry or the online industry. For what used to be newspapers. But then he looked at her, realizing what he just said, but not your personal checks. Your personal checks will be fine.
Yeah, he goes, I thought it was a business expense. I didn't want the check to bounce.
Or what if he'd have said, I bet you got a purse full of ones.
Oh, my. Yeah. No, he flat took a shot at the radio industry. The newspaper industry.
The old school newspaper industry. So Brian Kelly just a tad too far on the jokes. You guys are dialing in the next round drinks. We'll get some of those after LT tells us about the great folks at Hemp Hill.
Hey, when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. Happened to Rocky last week. First call he made, our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemp Hill, the ones I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
The Dunaway IPA, I like gin and tonic maybe better.
Oh, gin and tonic.
I think gin and tonic's good.
Yeah,
gin and tonic.
Very bitter.
Just the brown water for brown. The old brown water.
What's that?
The whiskey or bourbon, any of that, the brown water.
Batman brown water, you guys could tape that, Lance.
Taylor, either Lance Taylor or Taylor the intern, a tailor-made old-fashioned.
Yeah, we'll do that for Taylor. I like the one I saw, the Long Island LT.
The Long Island LT is really good as well.
Lance?
Everything.
The suicide of alcohol drinks.
All the clear.
No, that's what the LT is. Lots of things.
Lots of things, yes.
So thank you guys for the contributions there. Tripp says, I'm not big on comparing scores, but San Jose State beat Portland 21-17. Washington beat Portland 52-6. Washington beat Portland State 52-6. We have no idea how good or bad Auburn is entering this game. No clue based on Mercer and San Jose State.
I didn't need a comparative score for that, but he's right. I mean, you can't compare scores. That's why you can't do that.
Yeah, I think we get a good gauge on where Auburn is after this game.
There's no doubt you do.
Yeah, I mean, if Auburn loses this game by double digits and the quarterbacks struggle again, it's going to be a long season.
But if Auburn wins this game, what's the line against Missouri in 2 weeks?
Oh, probably 10.
What's the line against LSU at home?
Well, it depends on what LSU does. It does say Mississippi State beats LSU. Auburn's probably a 4 or 5 point favorite over LSU.
So they're going to be favored to win these next two. After that, you could be 5-0.
Could be 5-0. Ronnie Brown earlier on that Auburn game. We'll talk to John Parker Wilson about Alabama coming up in a second. Before, though, Brown tells us about NASCAR. Forrester, can you give me what Will Levis had for dinner last night? He and the Kentucky folks. Legit, this is off of Will Levis's Instagram account. That is a nice. Would you smoke that, Brown?
I would say that is smoked. It's a smoked alligator.
Smoked alligator.
It's like they poured gas on it and burned it.
Got a little bacon wrap around the body there to keep it from drying.
I mean,
out.
I'd have to be in the woods starving for a couple of days to take a bite of that.
Did you hear the chef, the grill master over here? What'd you do, Brown, to keep it from drying out?
It looks like they got. Well, it doesn't look like it. They got bacon wrapped around it. You wrap the bacon to keep the meat from drying out when you smoke it.
Was that an apple on top of its head?
Maybe.
Instead of in the mouth?
Yeah.
Will Levis sending that out last night. Those Kentucky boys writing some checks. They are going to play Florida in the future, right?
Yes,
they got to play them again next year, right?
Every year until we change the schedule.
Yeah, we're talking about the what is it called, the A&M's thing they do, that stupid ass.
The Midnight Yell?
Yeah. They were talking about hillbillies. That's hillbillies. Barbecuing a gator and just digging in.
Tasted like chicken, though. When we come back, John Parker Wilson slides in to talk about the Tide's trip to Austin and what's ahead for this offense. All that's next with JPW, part of the show being brought to you by NASCAR.
Talladega Super Speedway hosting the Yellowwood 500 Sunday, October 2nd. The weekend starts Friday, September 30th. Go see Chase Rice in the infield concert. He's there with Bailey Zimmerman. You can get tickets and secure your spot at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or call 877-GO-2-DEGA. In fact, you can win them at nextroundlive.com/Dega. Go there. You find out about all the race and answer an easy question. If you get it right, you're in the drawing for a couple of the weekend passes we're giving away to the Talladega Superspeedway. 877-GO-2-DEGA or TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Brian Brown here from the Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with Walk-Ons. The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
Football season is back and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champyschicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Excelsior Ambulance Service is veteran-owned and contracted and has moved into the Birmingham area. Excelsior is currently hiring all levels, drivers, EMT, advanced EMT, paramedics, and dispatchers, and will meet or match pay according to the level and experience. Apply now at ExcelsiorAMB.com. Sign-on bonuses, 11 paid federal holidays, benefits packages, and education advancements are available. Excelsior Ambulance teams are staffed by some of the most experienced paramedics and EMTs in the South. ExcelsiorAMB.com. That's ExcelsiorAMB.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Interesting television notes from last week. The most watched game so far this season was on Fox. It was at 11 a.m. It was Alabama and Texas. It beats primetime Notre Dame, Ohio State. Brown, it's 2 SEC teams on Fox. The SEC also pointing out to us.
Yes.
Yeah, eventually 2 SEC teams. When they get to this TV contract that one group of networks paid $1 billion for, and these top 3 games will, at that point, have no non-SEC teams in them. Texas, Alabama, most watch. And the other 2 top watch games this past week, Tennessee and Pittsburgh, Kentucky and Florida.
Yeah, the interesting thing about Bama Tech is more than 10 million viewers. There were 2 games last year that went over the 10 million viewer mark.
All season.
All season long. They were on the same day, in fact. It was the Iron Bowl and Ohio State, Michigan. And you've already had 2 this year. Ohio State, Notre Dame went over the 10 million mark, and Alabama, Texas. So that's a good sign for the health of college football.
Yeah, so let's talk about what happened in week 2 and look ahead to the rest of the season with Alabama football now.
John Parker Wilson joins us each week. He does so courtesy of Premier Garage. They provide garage floor coating, storage cabinets, organization systems. It transforms your cluttered garages into clean, efficient spaces. See more at premiergarage.com. That is premiergarage.com. Or call him 956-3939, 956-3939. He's right here with us in studio. What's up, JP?
Guys.
How are you, buddy?
First time in here. This is pretty sweet.
Yeah, you like it?
Yeah, it's a lot better than doing Zoom, I can tell you that much.
So Zoom is fun, but we like having you here.
Yeah, set up in my basement. This is much better than my basement.
Yeah.
So, Austin, we talked about the environment, the atmosphere that we had seen on TV before. I've never been to a game there. I don't think these guys had ever been to one.
Nope.
It just didn't look like kind of a stale place, but watching on Saturday, looked like they were getting into it.
Dude, they were fired up. I'm telling you, I got there, I went on an hour and a half before the game, so I got there at 8:30 or so. Students were already lined up, wrapped around the stadium, down the block, and then on the other side of the stadium from where I entered, trying to navigate, trying to find the press box. Always tough to find, by the way. No press box is clearly marked. It's like the media entrance. And then you ask a security guard or somebody, an event staff, it's like, hey, where's the media entrance? And they're doing like this.
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows. It's best to do your research beforehand, which I never do. But they get this whole boulevard that's packed full of people and vendors and everything. And then I get in there and the student section's packed, and the whole game, they were rowdy. It was loud. It was just as loud as any other big SEC stadium here. Obviously, the flow of the game helped that out, but it was pretty awesome. It was an awesome stadium to go to. Austin's pretty sweet, obviously. They had this cannon that scared the mess out of me a few times. So
one time they fired it early too, didn't they? That was a touchdown.
They did. They called it back. Yeah, they called it back. But I thought Austin. I thought the whole setup was pretty sweet.
I'm interested. First of all, let's say Alabama won the football game, 20-19, because we spend a lot of time since Saturday talking about bad. They won the football game. You've played the game. Point spreads really don't matter in the standings. They were big favorites, but they won the football game. What does the team take away from winning a game like that?
Well, I think it says a lot about a team to be able to win, right? I'm probably too optimistic about everything, especially basically everything, but we did win, right? You found a way to win. We had 2 pretty terrible quarters there in the middle where we were going through some things and had plenty of inopportune penalties, which kept drives going or stalled drives. But to me, you get the learning lessons of a loss, right? You always learn more in a loss because you go through things more looking at it more accurately or intensely than you do in a win. If we beat them by 30 points and you kind of move on. So when you lose, you kind of restart everything. You start from scratch, and you do that with a win here in this case. To be able to go down, and just like Auburn last year where you don't do a lot, you give Bryce just enough time to go get it done. Sure, we've got some things to clean up. Penalties are obviously a huge deal, but you win the game. And in December, that's all you remember is wins.
John Parker Wilson is with us. He joins us each week courtesy of Premier Garage. Your garage is often an overlooked space, but they can make it work for you. Clean it up, make it look great, and make it clean and efficient. PremierGarage.com. PremierGarage.com. 956-3939 is the number, 956-3939. Klatt was with us yesterday, and he answered a question I had after that game, JP, is you watch Alabama in the 2-minute, which they kind of were for the last 2 possessions there, and they're so much better, so much more efficient. The receivers are open. They're catching footballs. The offense is moving. You know, on the touchdown drive and on the field goal drive, it looks like they're in 2-minute. And Klatt said Texas might have gotten a little more conservative defensively, so that helps. Did you see that? Is that something you can bottle and help those receivers a little bit?
Yeah, you know, they were extremely conservative on those 2-minute drives. Like, the first thing you teach in defense is 2-minute drill, you guard the sidelines, right?
Right.
You know they're going to run the sidelines, and they were just giving it to us time after time. And how many times did we hit Latu over there on the side? It's like, all right, well, it's there. We're going to keep taking it. You know, the 2-minute drill changes things because coordinators can't call exactly what they want to. You've only got a few calls, just like on offense. But to me, we spread things out. We went a lot of 5 wides where there was a running back out there where they were coming back, but 5 wides, spread it out. And to me, they were just able to play faster. Right, you know your 2-minute package. You know what plays you take in there, and it's like it finally clicked where they went out and just played instead of thinking. You know, there's a lot of lining up and guys talking to each other. And you know, a lot of times if you are struggling, offensive coordinators say, "Hey, let's hop in the 2-minute package." It might be 5 minutes left to go in the third quarter, but let's just change things up. And to me, it was just a change of pace, a change of game plan that Texas couldn't handle.
You know, I think in 2020, I don't know if Alabama dressed a punter. I don't know if you guys remember. It didn't seem like we ever saw one.
Yeah.
We had 6 consecutive punts from Alabama in one stretch on Saturday, which is amazing. So offensively, what concerns you more right now? The inability to run, on a consistent basis, or these receivers not getting separation?
I think both, right? How many punts? 6 consecutive? I think we went 3 and outs.
Yeah.
4 3 and outs in a row. So 3 and outs are killers, especially when it's hot like that. I mean, Texas was sustaining drives. You can't keep your defense on the field. I don't know if they get enough credit for what they were able to do, just the stress that they were under all game long. But, you know, with Coach Saban, it has and always will be, you got to be able to run the ball. And he made a comment after – I didn't hear his press game conference this week yet, but last week that's one of the things he said is we got to run the ball better on first and second down, right, where you can stress the defense, where you got to bring in extra safety on the box. That's when you can start throwing the ball. But if you can't run the ball, all right, now they're going to rush 4 guys and drop everybody. It's pretty difficult to throw and be productive on that, time after time. Without that long run by Jace McClellan, I mean, we didn't have much production rushing the ball at all. I mean,
23 for 80 without that run.
Without that run. And then, Bryce, Bryce is one of our best runners right now. He didn't really do a lot of it last year. He didn't have to. But now, I think he's taken his game to the next level where there was a couple of times man coverage, guys turned their back to you. He had a lane to run, just pulled it down and picked it up. So I think that'll help things out a lot. But, they're still young. I mean, not young. They're still inexperienced playing together. Offensive line is always the last group to click on an offense. But yeah, we got ULM this week, Vandy next week, so we got to get it going. You got to be able to run the ball.
Yeah, I'm interested as a guy who played the position. I think it was the first pass to all those guys, but like Jermaine Burton drops, hit him in the hand, drops. The kid from Calera, Apprentice, drop. There were a couple others. First pass to him, right in the hands, drop. How hard is it to go back to those guys? I mean, drops are going to happen, but how hard is it for you to have confidence to throw it back to those guys in the middle of a game, especially when it's on the line? Every possession matters because, Bryce kept spreading around, kept hitting them in the hands. There was a lot of drops the other day.
Man, as a quarterback, that's one of those things that you can't think about, right? You could only throw to the ball where the guy's open. There's not everybody opens on every play, so you've just got to go wherever the defense is telling you to go with the ball, and then you just got to hope they catch it. You got to keep feeding them, and if they can't catch it, like Coach Saban and everybody, do your job. That's my job, is to throw you the ball, and you got to catch it. A lot of times the receivers will bail us out, but mentally, I don't ever recall a time being like this. Well, this guy's dropped the ball 3 times. Maybe the offense coordinator wouldn't design a play or call a play that he's going to be the first or second option. Maybe it'd be the 4th or 5th option at that point. But if the play's called, you got to execute it. And whether he's he's having a bad day, you just got to keep feeding him and hope they catch it. But yeah, the drops were tough. To me, worse than drops is penalties. When you're driving the ball and you have a third down conversion and you get a penalty, it's crushing. That's things that you do go on the sidelines and you talk about. Like, you would never go to a receiver and be like, hey man, you got to start catching the ball. Like, he knows that he drops it. Like, it sucks. It's just part of it. You're going to drop balls. But if you are getting penalties, that's the things you go on the sidelines, you start ripping people. Like, we got to clean this up. This is a bad game. Well, we ended up with like 15 penalties, I think.
Yep, for 100 yards.
For 100 yards. Yeah, and a lot of stupid penalties. And when you keep drives going by getting penalties or stop them, they're just crushing. I mean, it's like a turnover almost.
John Parker Wilson with us each week, courtesy of Premier Garage, providing garage floor coating, storage cabinets, organization systems, transforming your cluttered garages into clean, efficient spaces. See more, premiergarage.com, or 956-3939. A lot of negatives there. Positives, defensively, that front seven is dialed right in. I mean, that front, the secondary obviously struggled a little bit. That front seven looks really good, though.
Yeah, they're good. I mean, they're good, and there's so much depth. I think that's the thing that makes them really good is especially on the defensive line. We're running people in, it seems like, every single play of new guys coming in, which keeps you fresh. I tell you what, front seven, Jalen Moody is playing his butt off this year.
Yeah, you mentioned him.
Yeah, he's the guy that jumped out to me Saturday.
Yeah. No doubt. I mean, he's all over the place, and he's got to be. We got to have a guy like that. That weak side position where all the focus is going to be on Will Anderson. Now it's on Dallas Turner also. So he's got to make plays. I mean, Will was blocked. There was two guys on him basically every play of the game, right? Somebody else has got to step up. And Moody, I mean, he's through 2 games. He's leading right now in tackles. He's making plays and really impressive.
I'll go back to special teams. I said there was a time where Alabama didn't trust a punter. There was a time you could not trust a kicker. Will Reichert is a guy that you can roll out there and you can trust. I mean, obviously the 33-yarder is one of those he needs to make. It was a pressure spot, but the 52-yarder, I mean, that guy is money.
Exactly right, and it changes the way you call plays. I mean, 2-minute drive. Okay, we just need to get to the 30-yard line to try to win this game, and we feel pretty confident that if we get Will to the 30 or even the 35-yard line, we got a pretty good shot. So that changes the way Bill O'Brien's going to go out there, changes what Bryce is going to do as a quarterback, then saying, hey, we got to get this thing to the 10 to try to kick a field goal to win it. And me, as a fan, when we trot him out there in the fourth quarter to go win the game, it's like, this is no doubt. Like, he's going to make it. You just get that much confidence in the guy. I know the rest of the team does, but, he didn't 2 years ago, didn't miss a kick? Should have won the Luke Rose Award. I guess that's up for debate. But he's a weapon. I mean, there's no doubt about it when you put points on the board, especially in time like making the 52-yarder when your offense is not struggling, defense is kind of struggling. All right, special teams picked us up. There's no doubt about it. And, he's kicking every other ball through the back of the end zone. So they're starting on the 25, really don't have a chance to return it. I mean, that's a weapon that you have and that on offense you definitely know about it.
There's no doubt Jahmyr Gibbs is a dual threat. He had a great game receiving. But Clapp brought it up. I think everybody saw it. And you probably can tell me through your history of football, you can get in the doghouse pretty quick by not being perfect in pass protection. That can keep some really great running backs off the field, even though they're the best running back on the team. He is a threat. Talk first about what a dual threat he is at catching the ball in the backfield and how he may be the best offensive weapon Alabama has. And then just how important it is for him to pick up the pass protection. That he's got to get better at that.
Yeah. But he led us this week in receiving.
Yep.
Pretty good for running back.
Pretty good.
That's something that the rest of the year defensive coordinators can say, hey, we got to have a way to stop this guy out of the backfield because it's always there. Whether he didn't have another catch the rest of the season, that's something you got to game plan. So it's a huge, huge advantage.
And that may free somebody else up, a receiver up, or a tight end up.
Bingo. Yeah. So we got to know where Gibbs is at. We got to stop the best players. Like Alabama on defense, we got to stop Will Anderson. Right now, you got to have an answer for Jahmyr Gibbs. He's that good. Pass protection for running back is number one. You can't be on the field if you can't protect. And that there was a couple times where, he's scanning or looking at the wrong guy, right? So every play we call Mike linebacker who's going to be. It's not necessarily the middle linebacker. It's just who the pass protection is based off of. And if you look at the wrong guy or you don't have the right call, you're not going to block the right guy. There's a couple third down plays, I think, where guys are coming up the middle where Bryce didn't have a chance. He's just essentially throwing the ball away or taking a sack. still new in the offense, right? Offenses, each one's different. They get different schemes and different looks. But, yeah, running backs, you really see it a lot with young guys. The problem playing a true freshman running back is in high school you don't typically have the same pass protections and picking things up. But it's something they'll coach up because you hear eye discipline on defense. You got to have it in pass protection just as much because, like, a lot of times a running back will have to block the Mike or the Sam, and if those guys don't come, okay, now you scan back for the free safety, and then you got on your route. So your eyes are all over the field just like a quarterback, and if you miss one guy, if you don't see him coming, then it blows the entire play up. So, pass protection's always on the offensive line, but it's equally as important for the running back.
But the good thing about Jahmyr Gibbs, he and Bryce Young have played 2 games together. That last touchdown, that is a busted play. He's not in his normal route, right? No. I mean, Gibbs knows his quarterback, and his quarterback knows Gibbs already. I mean, Bryce Young, I don't know how he saw him. I don't even know how he got the ball off. That was an incredible throw.
Incredible. I mean, rolling to the left, the guy's barreling down on the right. I don't know how he saw him drifting back.
I have no idea.
Because, like, quarterbacks, first thing they always teach is if you're rolling left, you never throw back across the field to the right. Like, that's rule number 1 as a quarterback because that's where interceptions happen. But Bryce's vision, I know I've said it a million times, the guy, he knows where everybody's out on the field. Like, all the time, even his running back sneaking back, he did a good job of finding coverage. Like, and as a quarterback, too, the guys that you can trust when they do sneak. Because Gibbs, okay, he's got to look and see where the defense is at and then find the zone. Like, if y'all are 3 of the defenders, I'm going to sit right here in the middle. I'm not going to run over here where he can come and make a play. You got to get friendly to the quarterback. And yeah, through 2 games, they figured it out.
Well, and the next 2 games are layups. Saban doesn't want to hear that, but La Monroe and Vanderbilt go through the motions. You win those games. But how tricky does October 1st in Fayetteville become now?
Yeah, I mean, Arkansas's got a ton of momentum. They play hard. I mean, they got a great quarterback. You go on the road again where we just struggled. So I think we've got some things to clean up, but you got 2 weeks to get ready for it.
Wait, you mentioned the struggling on the road. As a player, why do you think that is?
Well, I think we struggled at this game, and it happened to be on the road.
No, but we go back to last year when you look at, obviously, a loss at A&M.
Iron Bowl.
Yeah, Iron Bowl.
Florida. I mean, really, State was the only road game that Alabama won comfortably.
Yeah. It's tougher on the road because just like y'all come in this office every day, right? You kind of get in a routine. You check your emails. You sit at your desk. You come in here. You get rolling. Well, if you do this somewhere down 280,
let's use the floor Bama.
The floor Bama, we almost never saw Lansing.
Right, so then you got to set up all your stuff. Like, it's not home. It's It's different.
Right.
So it felt like home field by the time we left there.
The floor Bama, I think LT wanted to trade.
It's easy to settle into home field at floor Bama. There's no doubt about that.
Floor Bama's become Mercedes-Benz Stadium for you. So what that is,
it's the championship.
It's a good way neutral site visit right there.
It really is. Yes.
All right, he's John Parker Wilson. You'll hear him on the Bama game this coming weekend on the Crimson Tide Sports Network. For more information about Premier Garage, they're the ones that can do those floor coatings that make your garage look great. Also, the storage cabinets, organization systems that make your cluttered garages into clean, efficient spaces. PremierGarage.com. That is PremierGarage.com. Or call them at 956-3939. That's the 205 number, 956-3939. Thank you, brother.
Enjoyed it, bros.
Yeah.
See y'all next week.
Yeah, man.
Before JPW gets out of here, LT, tell us about gutter cap, keeping those gutters capped. It was 53 degrees when I walked outside this morning.
That's fall.
A little cold spot. That means those leaves are about to start falling.
The leaves are going to start falling. One thing you don't want to do on your weekends is get that dangerous ladder out and get on the roof. You slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Cap it. Don't snap it. Gutter Cap's a patent aluminum cover system. Fits over most existing gutters, keeping that debris out. Eliminate the gutter cleaning forever. Right now, 45% off the retail price for the next round viewer and listener. Call my good friend Chris Stewart, 205-823-2212 or online guttercapbirmingham.com.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Going to a big football game? Walking around all day? Then you'll want comfortable shoes. This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Score a touchdown with a new pair of ultra-comfortable running or walking shoes. Come to the New Balance Birmingham store. I'm telling you, we'll make sure you have a perfect fit and we'll treat you like the starting QB. Our job is to make sure your feet are happy. Visit the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Your feet will thank you.
Excelsior Ambulance Service is veteran-owned and contracted and has moved into the Birmingham area. Excelsior is currently hiring all levels, drivers, EMT, advanced EMT, paramedics, and dispatchers, and will meet or match pay according to the level and experience. Apply now at ExcelsiorAMB.com. Sign-on bonuses, 11 paid federal holidays, benefits packages, and education advancements are available. Excelsior ambulance teams are staffed by some of the most experienced paramedics and EMTs in the South. ExcelsiorAMB.com. That's ExcelsiorAMB.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
Wayne's Pest Control is taking pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart system. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
In a word, it's chaos.
You'll have to see it to believe it. Whoever said that must have been talking about Talladega. It's a place where chaos mixes with speed, where a town turns into a city, and a weekend becomes a lifetime of memories. It's a tradition like no other.
What a wild finish.
NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Talladega Superspeedway, October 1st and 2nd.
Bubba Wallace, the winner at Talladega.
Get your tickets now at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
LT's got 4 downs in just a second, but first, again, underneath that awesome hat, which you can get, by the way, in our store, nextround.store, nextround.store. It'll take you right to our store, and you can find all our hats, all our T-shirts, everything, usually at a discounted price, but right now at a fantastic low price, everything in the store. Go check it out, nextround.store. Great pricing, but under that hat, you will find what I like to call the wonderful salad that is now Lance's head.
The old salad.
It's covered up the Manning-like forehead now with actual hair.
Yeah, I've got into this hat thing because we've got so many hats. We were just showing JP our collection of hats.
Right. And we're pretty laid back up here. So.
Yeah, and it's a lot more casual. I'll probably come hatless tomorrow. I'll try to show the salad off.
Please do. I think Jim would like to see it.
JPW, though, did 100% get a 15-yard penalty on me. He cracked back. I said, I know you're a hat guy. Get a hat. And he's like, I know you're a hat guy. And I was like, oh, old man ball joke. Way to go.
It's the Texas, Texas A&M story.
It was the Texas A&M story.
Hey, with age for
Not
most,
the way I took it at first, though.
Unfortunately, comes a little hair loss. When it started to happen to me last year, when I asked around, everyone said Dr. Beckenstein is the guy you need to call. Set up that consultation with Dr. B and his team. They performed the genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment. It is cutting edge. Dr. B, the only one in the state that offers it. He can target an individual's treatment based on their genetics. He can formulate compounds and prescriptions to their profile. This is a game changer. After I got my results, me and Dr. B had that virtual meeting. Went over my options, chose the non-invasive laser treatment, which will help with the increase the thickness and health of my hair. Dr. Beckenstein takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce those quality results. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience in his advanced training to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316, and tell him the next round sent you.
Rockstar, I will give anything. I'll give a month's pay if one day we pull up one of those Texas A&M Yale practice things and the guy goes, I got a story for y'all. Last time Alabama came, this old man walked in a bar, woo, wearing a hat. Woo!
And he paid me $40 for my old construction hat.
Woo! Oh, Rock. God, they're so cringy. What a weird group of people.
Let's see. Do I have anything that gives off Texas A&M cringe? I do not. I do not.
Dunaway was excited about that yell, weren't you?
The midnight yell practice? Listen, I understand the story part was even weird that night. I was like, what are they doing right now? And my guide that night, the guide to the dark side, was like, this is where one of the Yale leaders, whatever they're called, I think they're called Yale leaders, tells a story about the opponent. They have to come up with a made-up story.
You almost said funny, which would have been a poor use of words.
Yeah, they try to be funny throughout, but as anyone will tell you, trying to be funny in front of a big crowd is hard.
It's tough.
And when you're not funny.
Yeah, and when the jokes are not funny either, it does hurt it, yes.
So that was the only part I didn't like. Them practicing the cheers and playing the music and everybody coming in to party at midnight, 55,000 the night I was there. That was a special night. Take out the geeky story, which ends up being the video that always gets leaked. It's always the geeky story that gets leaked.
They just need to get rid of that part.
Yeah.
I have a feeling that 1 week this year, Rockstar's Playhouse will have somebody in overalls.
You may be onto something.
Yeah.
You don't know.
You got to do that.
They do yell practice.
They do that thing where they do that.
It's going to be hard to beat last week.
You got to get Tyler behind you to go.
That's what I said. I got to have a support group behind me in overalls.
Tyler does this right here.
Yeah.
Hey, I will be the pips in one of your segments. Absolutely, I'll do it. All right, let's do 4 downs. It is brought to you by Vulcan Tires. Every day we break down 4 big topics. They got 5 great locations, including the one coming to Pell City.
Yeah, anything you need bumper to bumper for you and your family, these guys can handle. Locally owned and operated. Get into one of those 4 locations, soon to be that 5th location in Pell City. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Which home dog has a better shot at winning this weekend? LSU against Mississippi State or Auburn against Penn State?
Oh, wow. I think there's a
that's a
chance
toughie.
both happen.
I feel like Auburn and Penn State are closer than Mississippi State and LSU, so I'll go Auburn, even though the point spread does not tell me that. The point spread's bigger in the Auburn game.
Yeah.
I think State might be the best of all those 4 teams. Might be Mississippi State.
Yeah, I like Auburn to win the game outright. And it's not going to shock me if LSU wins it outright, too. But I would go Auburn.
I would go Auburn, too.
Would you give me that Mississippi State might be the best of those 4 teams?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know yet. We haven't seen enough. I think Mississippi State may be.
Would you, this is me bringing up a stake bet. Would you consider wiping off all 5 steaks from New York Butcher Shop that I owe you if I take 5-1 on the steaks that both LSU and Auburn have to cover, and one of them has to win outright.
No, it's 1.5 and 3.5.
Both have to cover, but one has to win outright. I mean, that's big odds.
So in other words, you could get Auburn State covering, but Auburn's got to beat
Auburn
Penn State.
and LSU
If
cover.
both of those cover, one's going to win outright. I mean, it's
automatic. It always happens.
No,
Okay.
it's probability.
Second down.
Second down.
More points this week. Both are virtually the same amount, I think right at 42.5 point favorites, but more points. Tennessee over Akron or Bama over La Monroe?
I feel like offense has not been Tennessee's issue. So I don't think they need a get-right offensive game. I feel like Alabama could use a get-right offensive game, so I'll go Alabama.
I think I would go Alabama too, but here's what's going to happen. Klatt was 100% right. Alabama's going to come out and prove a point about running the football this week. And they're going to run it, 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 they're going to run it, and run it some more. It's going to burn fast. Game's going to go quick. So 50 is a big number. But Tennessee's had a whole week now of them moving up. How many spots they move up in the rankings? They went all the way up to 15. 9 spots they moved up. Everybody's talking Tennessee. This is where they come and lay an egg, win the game easily, but not by as much as Alabama. I'd go Alabama.
I think I'd go Tennessee. I feel
Do
better
you now?
Yeah. I feel better that because I do think Alabama is going to run the football a lot.
A lot.
Yeah.
Third down.
So we know the Nebraska job is open right now. Eli Drinkwitz struggling. That offense is not good. If that job opens up, what is the better job, Missouri in the SEC or Nebraska in the Big Ten?
I would still say Nebraska. I mean, Nebraska, I think maybe with the new Big Ten money actually has a path to getting better. I just don't know that Missouri does.
Yeah, same recruiting problems, both places,
Yeah.
right? You're not
Yeah.
going to build a SEC or Big Ten championship team recruiting your home state.
No, not in the Missouri or Nebraska. You're right,
Yeah.
absolutely. And the problem is the states you have to go to get those players, it is so competitive. I mean, Missouri's got to recruit well in Texas.
Yep.
I mean, my gosh, what option are they in Texas for a Texas kid, right?
Yep. And I think Alabama in East St. Louis, right there on the border of Illinois and Missouri, I think Alabama just pulled out either a 4 or 5-star recruit from there. So even when you've got a goodie in your state,
Everybody's
it's hard to
coming
keep
after
them in
him.
Missouri.
That's
They
right.
come and get them and take them
Yeah.
somewhere else.
Yeah, I'm just afraid that Gary Pinkel made us think that that Missouri job is much easier than it actually is.
Yeah, and whoever that was back in the 70s that
I
made
have
it
no
pretty
idea.
good too.
Yeah.
So
Back in the Big 8
yeah,
days.
I just feel like Nebraska has a history of caring more and is willing to spend more money. So Nebraska is a better job.
I would agree with you guys.
Yeah. So that's
Fourth down.
Couple of celebrity birthdays. Tyler Perry, 53. Dave Mustaine, 61.
For those that don't know, he's the lead singer of Megadeth.
Wow.
Look at
Oh,
Jim
he had
Dunaway.
He had the cheat sheet you stole this morning, so I'm sure.
That is
he was in
the,
another band before that. What was the band he was in?
Oh, that, my friend, was the Red Hot Chili Peppers.
He was. He was not.
He was actually thrown out of Metallica for partying too much.
He was in Metallica?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wow.
and don't miss the end of
Yeah.
that sentence, though. He
This was back when they were nicknamed alcoholic.
Yeah. I mean, they partied so hard, but he took it to another level. They were kicking him on the ground, basically passed out on the floor, told him to get his stuff, gave him a bus pass, got him out. But I would say Stain still had a great career, but I'd go Tyler Perry just backed on
Tyler Perry, easy.
based on the fact that you got thrown out of Metallica. You had everything in front of you.
But
could've
Tyler,
had everything.
I mean, Tyler Perry,
Hates
like
to put his name on things, but he
but
gets it done.
Rockstar, they all make a ton of money.
Correct.
I mean, Tyler Perry has made a fortune producing, and I'll give him credit. He's like, I know who I am. I know the kind of movies I'm making. I know y'all aren't going to think Medea goes to Hollywood as anything like Goodfellas.
He is the black Adam Sandler.
And there's no doubt he is. And he's making a probably better, more successful than Adam Sandler.
Well, close.
So he plays a serious role. He was the lawyer in Gone Girl.
He was. He was also in.
What would you say his net worth is?
Cross.
Alex Cross.
Yeah.
I would say that his net worth is $500 million.
Yeah,
800 million.
Yeah, so close to a billionaire.
And
Tyler
where's
Perry.
Adam Sandler? He's probably closer to
I would say
$500
it's south.
Yeah, I'm going to say he's $350 million.
800 million.
800 million. Sandler's 420. It's not even close.
Yeah. I mean,
Tyler Perry's
Perry
more successful.
Tyler Perry does television shows.
Everything.
I think he does some game shows.
No, I respect the heck out of him.
Yeah.
I mean, he said, "This is what I'm going to do, and I'm going to do it."
Both those guys supposed to be really nice guys, so that's great.
Yeah. By the way, other birthdays today: AJ McCarron, 32. And Lily Reinhardt, big fan, like her, 26.
Sure.
Ben Savage from Kid TV days.
Fred Savage's younger brother.
42.
Didn't Fred get canceled?
He did. He got canceled a couple of months ago.
Fiona Apple.
Great
big fan.
Hard to believe she's only 45 today.
She's skin and bones and criminal, but I liked her.
She was 18 at the time. That's why.
That's what I was about to say. How old was she
She
when
was
she
18,
made
19 years old when she made that album.
Yeah, Brad Johnson, Super Bowl winning quarterback for the Buccaneers, 54.
Well, his kid got abducted by aliens. Does he know that?
May get a chance to see him in the
my
stands
God,
for
if you
A&M.
can't play for A&M.
Rockstars guy, Matt Patricia, 48.
Still got the pencil in the ear.
Yeah, and he was calling plays Sunday. There's this big thing about who's calling plays for New England. It was clearly Patricia. You watched the game, LT, and they sucked on offense against Miami.
Oh, my gosh, that offense.
Awful.
And I don't think it's going to get any better. And I think it's realistic to start to think the Jets with Flacco aren't any good. If Zach Wilson can come back, though,
They could be dead last.
They could be dead last. I
could
mean,
be
I
held-
know obviously you guys are better, and Buffalo is in another stratosphere.
phenomenally better.
Yeah, Bernie Williams, 54. Vulcan Tires brings you our 4 downs every day.
Yeah, 4 great locations. Soon to be that 5th location. Anything you need, bumper to bumper, tires, wheel alignment, brakes. These guys can handle it for you and your family. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
And if you're heading down to Jordan Hare for the big game, we've talked about it a couple of times today, or over to Bryant Denny to welcome the Tide back home, or to UAB as the Blazers try to knock off the team that beat Nebraska last week and got Scott Frost fired. You want to dress the part, right? You want to dress from our friends at the Pants Store. Great game day gear, 5 great locations, Crestline Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order wherever you're watching us or listening to us from pantsstore.com. Pantsstore.com, or follow them on social media. All your game day hats, your polos, your sunglasses, your Yeti accessories, all of that, and specific game day wear designed for the female in your life. It's the Pants Store, Crestline Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville. Brown, do you know the 2 locations that are coming soon?
I don't, Jim.
One is Hoover, Alabama, and the
Hoover?
other place currently will be hosting the number 22 team in the country this week.
Auburn,
Alabama.
How
Way to
about
go.
that?
Yeah.
Wow.
Pants Store, pantsstore.com. Back in a moment.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111, or online, OneManInAToolbox.com.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239 equal housing lender.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures. Scott Powell, the executive director of the Alabama Head Injury Foundation.
The number of brain injuries in the state has increased every year from the previous year. There are about 4,100 new brain injuries every year in the state of Alabama that require an overnight hospital stay.
If you'd like to help out, please give us that information.
You can head to our website at ahif.org, and we are very thankful for any support that anyone can give.
It's the Alabama Head Injury Foundation from Huntsville to Mobile, wherever you watch us in the state. Great work, Scott. Thanks for being with us. A couple more segments ago, a conversation on television ratings and what we're starting to see a buzz about around the country today. But first, my friends at Backyard Adventure, they've been a buzz around our area for a long, long time when it comes to just absolutely pure fun for your kids in your backyard. There's only so many years your kids are young enough and want to get out and play in your own backyard, and you want it to be the best years of your life. And that's where Backyard Adventure comes in. They guarantee you a lot of fun right there in your own yard with their backyard playgrounds, their alley-oop trampolines, and their goal setter basketball goals. You can have a lot of fun with the kids right there without even leaving your house. Go to the website, backyardalabama.com, backyardalabama.com. Take it from a guy whose kids are both in college now. It goes like that. So make sure you're enjoying the best of times with your kids. backyardalabama.com, 205-408-4FUN, 205-408-4386. Stop putting it off. Before you know it, again, they'll be in college. Stop putting it off and make your house fun for your kids. Backyard Adventures. Go right there to backyardalabama.com. You will not be disappointed. Those folks love to treat you right, and they got great warranties and everything. All right, television ratings, a big story today, Brown. Mm-hmm. And it's a big story mainly because in the offseason, we saw $1 billion given for the television rights for the Big Ten with all their big cities and stuff. And I don't want to overplay what is happening here, but if you look at the Big Ten West, pull up the Big Ten West standings for me. If I'm right,
I think the Big Ten West lost 4 games this past weekend.
Well, yeah.
I think Nebraska lost to Georgia Southern. If I'm right, I think
Wisconsin lost to Washington State.
Wisconsin to Washington State.
Iowa lost to Iowa State.
And Northwestern lost to Duke.
Yep.
All right. So basically, what Fox, NBC, and CBS did, they basically paid $1 billion for the Big Ten East.
You've got, I mean, Minnesota's 2-0. That's your only undefeated team in the West right now.
Yeah.
And you're right. Your primo teams are in the East: Penn State, Michigan State, Ohio State, and then add in USC eventually. Yeah. That's what they're paying for, obviously, is USC. So you add USC to that mix. But again, somebody once every week is going to end up with Minnesota and Purdue.
Right.
Somebody's going to end up with that of those three. I mean, you can only match up Michigan, Ohio State, Michigan State, Penn State, and USC. You can only combine those matchups so many different ways.
So, knock it down even further. They paid $1 billion to broadcast USC, Ohio State, and Michigan football. That's basically what they paid for.
I mean, pretty much. I mean, I think Penn State does get some national draw, but, it's not your primo team. I don't disagree with you.
Yeah.
Those 3 teams.
Meanwhile.
And it's good for them right now that Michigan is good. I mean, Michigan had been really average for a while, but – Harbaugh's got them as a consistent top 5 team right now.
Meanwhile, Kentucky and Florida, 2 absolute middle-of-the-pack SEC teams. 3rd most watched game in the country this past week. Meanwhile, Tennessee on the road at Pitt. Pitt, an ACC team. Tennessee, virtually a middle-of-the-pack SEC team. 2nd most watched game. Alabama and Texas, about to be – I mean, that was, Brown, correct me, that was college football playoff numbers virtually that they drew.
I don't know if it's that big. I'd have to go back and look.
15 million. I think it was 16 million in the semifinals.
Yeah, 10.5 million was what the average viewership was. So, that's going to be a little bit off, but yeah.
Yeah, and
it's a big number.
And I think it's $450 million ABC ESPN paid for the SEC rights.
That's the report. 480, I think, is the report.
A bargain.
Yeah.
Bargain.
Yeah, but did you mention Stanford USC primetime ABC?
It was
didn't make it in the top 3.
It was not in the top 3.
I mean, I'm not surprised.
In fact, I don't even think it was in the top 4. I'm trying to remember what the 4th game was. It was Baylor. It was actually Baylor BYU at 9:15
late night. Yeah, so 10:15 Eastern time.
Yeah, was more than USC and Stanford. So
USC Stanford was down a good bit.
Yeah. And one of the reasons they give you that Big Ten number, the LA market.
Well, one of the reasons that was, how this works. So that was a blowout.
It was.
I mean, you thought it was going to be a good game. It was not a good game.
It was not a good game.
I mean, Stanford.
And Ashley, who's in the TV business, tight games bring viewers. And I've said it for years. Anytime number 1 is losing or could lose, everybody turns the channel over to watch it.
Yep. Here you go. You got Bama, Texas, 10.5 million, 10.6 million, biggest game. Tennessee, Pitt, 4.5 million, number 2. Kentucky, Florida, 4.3 million, number 3. Wazoo, Wisconsin was the game that was in front of Stanford USC, which is surprising, but it was a close game. It was 2:30 on Fox. Wazoo, Wisconsin.
It was hard to watch.
It was. It was not a very exciting game, but a close game, 3.9 million. And then the prime game, Stanford USC, 3 million. And you're right. I mean, you would think that LA market would bump that a little bit more.
So Fowler Herb Street, 3 million viewers.
Yep.
Clatton Gus at
10.6
at 11 a.m. in the morning, 12 Eastern.
But now they would clap back with, okay, well, week 1, Fowler and Herb Street were at the game that did 10.5 million.
Yep.
But again, it just shows you're talking your top 4 games: 11 o'clock kick, 2:30 kick, 6 o'clock kick, 2:30 kick. It's your top 4 games. So everybody's like, why are these games not in prime time? Why do they kick at 11 o'clock? Because you college football fans will find the good games where they put them.
Yeah.
It's about how good the game is, not what time it kicks.
You won't find one at 11 o'clock this week.
Well, you will not. But
it's hard to find good games, period, this week.
Hey, I've got your super teas if you want it.
Okay, final segment. Okay. Final segment.
He's pushing.
It's nonstop, man, nonstop. Part of the show being brought to you by 2 people here. One, JohnsonRVCenter.com. Hey, we're going to do a show soon. I don't know when exactly.
It's looking like Saturday.
Could be this Saturday up at JohnsonRVCenter.com, man. How exciting is that?
It's going to be exciting. I-65 exit 304 in Coleman is the shop where we'll be. You can also see them 334 in Decatur, and always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com. Listen, they're making room for those 2023s, so they're closing out the 2022s. That means travel trailers start as low as $139 a month. Fifth wheels, I got a great selection starting at just $329 a month. All of that with 10% down and approved credit. Always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com, I-65 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur.
Will Levis talking smack. LT, as you can tell, always thinking about the next big play. You get the lock from Lance every day right there, thanks to our friends at Hemphill. He'll send it out later today at The Lance Taylor, How'd you do yesterday? Did you get a winner in the Seahawks-Broncos game?
Yeah, I had the Broncos.
Broncos in that winner last night. You can get a winner from Lance today, thanks to our friends at Hemphill. Adam, Chad, and the folks there, the trusted team we trust to fix it right, fix it for the first time at a fair price. For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, it's Hemphill Services, 205-229-2090.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Hi, I'm Lionel Richie, and I have traveled all over the world, but I consider Tuskegee, Alabama as my home sweet home. I have such a pride in this state, and I know that there's something I need to tell you that's of great importance. Vote. Register to vote and get your voter ID today. It really is easy. Easy like Sunday morning.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Holly Mack Wilson just sold the Johnsons a new home. Not a house, a home. She helped them put a swing in the backyard, helped move the grill to the back patio, and watched as the Johnsons put their great-grandmother's piano in the foyer. A house is a dwelling. A home is a place filled with love and memories. Call Holly Mack Wilson, your Tuscaloosa Keller Williams Realtor, 205-901-9446, or check out our website, hollymackhomes.com, and let Holly Mack Wilson help you find your dream home where you can make your own memories.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not-for-all-ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not-for-all-ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
All right, final segment here. LT's about to try to convince me to take a state bet. I think I'm out of the teaser business here, but he's gonna try to tempt me. But first, congratulations to Andy Kennedy, our friend. Andy Kennedy has just been announced. I know what the reaction is going to be, but he is going to be part of the class of 2022 to be inducted into the UAB Sports Hall of Fame.
Well, my reaction is going to be, how are we just now there?
Yeah. What took you so long? If you'd have told me. Is he in the Alabama Sports Hall of Fame?
I thought that's
yet?
what you were about to tell me. He was going to be in the Alabama Sports Hall of Fame. I was going to be like, okay, that's about right.
Now, in all fairness, this may be the first year of the UAB Sports Hall of Fame. I don't know. It's the first time I've seen the announcement, but congratulations, Andy. You deserve it. And you're going to do a lot of things as a coach that'll make you probably go in as a coach, too. But he's going in as a player to the UAB Sports Hall of Fame. My bookie brings you this outrageous bet that LT's about to give me.
I cannot wait. Chargers Chiefs, AFC West started all on Thursday night. College football and the NFL over the weekend. You can get started with a winning season at mybookie.ag. Mybookie.ag, they give you the most for your money with a double deposit bonus. For instance, $250, $500 in your account instantly. You can use those funds to bet on as many games, contests, and props as you desire. To claim that bonus, register today. Use promo code NEXTROUND. That is the promo code you use, NEXTROUND. It helps us, but it also gives you that double deposit bonus up to $1,000. They're going to match it with code NEXTROUND at mybookie.ag. Start your winning season today exclusively. Mybookie.ag. Do not forget the code NEXTROUND.
What do you have, LT? Give me the teaser here.
Yeah, again, I'm not trying to force anything.
No.
I'm trying to actually help you.
Yes,
but again, I'll take either way. Okay, so Oklahoma minus 1.5 against Nebraska.
Oh, my God. Okay. All they got to do is basically win the game.
So easy.
Yeah,
Notre Dame minus 1/2 against California.
They're not going to lose back-to-back games.
Yeah.
I mean, they've
Marcus
lost 3
Freeman's
straight.
he's never won a game.
I almost went to Cal on that one. Yeah.
And Appy State minus 2.5 against Troy at home.
So basically, all you really need is Oklahoma, Notre Dame, and Appy State to win.
Basically win the game outright.
Yeah.
I feel like Cal's going to win the football game.
Well, they're a 10-point dog.
It should be noted I lost the Texas A&M part of that teaser last week. That's what got me going wrong last week.
First leg again.
Yeah, first leg again. Will Levis, man, listen, Roman Harper said something. Will Levis in Kentucky did not like being called soft by Roman Harper. Here's Will Levis.
I think that our motivation just lies in our wanting to beat this team. We wanted to get Coach Stoops' all-time victory win. That was a big motivating factor for us as well. But, I mean, the only really thing that I took from the media this week was people calling us soft, which none of us really can take and believe in. So that's one thing that I definitely did hear about and use it as motivation. But just looking back to where the program was when Stoops first got here, that's another thing we talked about after the game compared to now. I mean, beating them 2 years in a row is crazy. And that's kind of what's expected now for us. And to do it here in the Swamp, home last year and away this year, beat them the last couple times. I know how much it means to our fans, especially after just not being able to beat them for so long. So it's just really cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Will Levis there, Kentucky riding high into a week where they've got a little breeze here with Youngstown State coming to town, and then they'll get back after it. We'll get back after it tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.